Chapter 362. The scribe said, "Chief Escort Lu, we will have to trouble you. However, this is only a temporary measure and will be rescinded in a few days. We will be responsible for all the losses of your escort agency." Chief Escort Lu cupped his hands and said, "Commander Ju is too polite. Elder Shi of your esteemed sect is my savior. If I don't help out with such a small matter, wouldn't I be worse than a pig or a dog? Don't mention this compensation again." However, Commander Ju disagreed and said, "Chief Escort Lu, you're wrong. Your friendship with Elder Shi is one thing, but we're already very happy that you're willing to help us with this big favor for Elder Shi's sake. This will delay the escort agency's business, but it's a matter of official business. We can't let private matters affect official business. Moreover, this is also my sect leader's intention, so please don't decline. Otherwise, when I return to the sect, how will I explain this to Elder Shi? I can't let Elder Shi laugh at me for taking advantage of others because of him." "Ha ha ha," Chief Escort Lu laughed loudly and said, "If that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for your sect master's kindness." Commander Ju also laughed and said, "Likewise. I still have to thank Chief Escort Lu for your kindness." The two drank tea for a while, then Chief Escort Lu asked, "Commander Ju, it's already the 4th day, and we still haven't seen the person or thing you mentioned. I presume they're no longer in Tanha City." "Millimeter, perhaps. Some of the sect's brothers have already followed the path down, but there hasn't been any news back yet. Hall Master Chiu also returned to the sect yesterday to report the completion of the mission. Looking at the situation along the way, there's an 80 to 90% chance that they've already been picked up by their experts." Chief Escort Lu asked with interest, "Commander Ju, what are you looking for, and who are you looking for? Can you tell me a little?" Commander Ju laughed and said, "This isn't Chief Escort Lu's style. You haven't asked me about it for 3 days, so why are you asking again today? Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Chief Escort Lu chuckled and said, "Aren't people always curious? Ah, curiosity killed the cat. Chief Escort Lu, it's better if you don't know what you shouldn't know. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it'll really kill you if I tell you." "Ah!" Chief Escort Lu was dumbfounded. He quickly said, "Then it's better if Commander Ju doesn't say anything." Then, he changed the topic and talked about something else. Zhong Xiaohua was bored and was about to leave when she heard Chief Escort Lu ask again, "How is Elder Shi doing in your sect? I haven't seen him for many years. How did he join your esteemed sect?" "That's right, your sect doesn't seem to have a great reputation. I've been in Jianghu for most of my life, so why haven't I heard of it?" "Hehe," Chief Escort Lu laughed and said, "That's right, I really haven't heard of it. However, since Elder Shi was able to join your sect, you must be from a prestigious sect, right?" "A prestigious sect?" Commander Ju sneered and said, "How can a prestigious sect be compared to us? I'm not afraid to tell you that if it weren't for Elder Shi's personal relationship with the sect leader, with Elder Shi's skills, he might not have been able to occupy the position of the last elder in our sect." "Ah." Chief Escort Lu was shocked. He had always thought that his savior was an important figure in this sect, so he had been neglectful in front of this scholar a few days ago. Now that he knew that the person he thought was his backer might not even be in his eyes, the expression on his face immediately became more respectful. "Then your esteemed sect?" Chief Escort Lu seemed to want to ask something more. Zhong Xiaohua also pricked up her ears outside, wanting to know what kind of powerful sect this was. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly curled up her body and heard a person running in hurriedly. He first cupped his hands in salute to Chief Escort Lu, then moved closer to Commander Ju's ear and whispered a few words. Commander Ju's expression changed drastically. He stood up from his chair with a bang and shouted in disbelief, "What did you say?" "Hall Master Chiu and his party of 5 were killed at the outskirts of the East Gate." This Commander Ju's ability to remain calm was actually worse than the person who reported the news. Chief Escort Lu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. How could such an uncultured scholar be a commander? However, Chief Escort Lu underestimated him too much. Chief Escort Lu and the person who reported the news didn't know the extent of Hall Master Cho's martial arts. Even if they knew that his martial arts were superb, they wouldn't know to what extent. Commander Ju, on the other hand, knew Hall Master Cho's background like the back of his hand. He deeply knew that Hall Master Cho was a capable subordinate that his sect master had secretly nurtured. Although his martial arts were superb, he had never made a name for himself in the Jianghu. If he were in the Jianghu, he would definitely be the kind that could cause huge waves. His reputation might not be any worse than the current Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance masters who were currently flourishing. And yet, such a formidable figure had actually been beaten to a pulp at the outskirts of Tanha City's East Gate. He couldn't be more dead. 5 people had actually died in the same way. Not a single one of them had escaped. Even the 5 horses had been kicked to death. This was simply something that he had never dreamt of. Where did Rejuvenation Valley find such a formidable helper? After hearing such shocking news, how could he still sit there calmly? Naturally, his previous self-restraint had long been tossed beyond the highest heavens. Commander Ju couldn't be bothered to look at the 2 people's astonished gazes. He then slapped his head and said, "Ayo, I've fallen for the enemy's diversionary tactic. Chief Escort Lu, this one needs to personally make a trip. Farewell, farewell." Then, he turned to the messenger and said, "You, hurry and inform the brothers in the city to assemble fully armed at the East Gate. Release a carrier pigeon and inform the brothers who went south to send a portion of them over. Tell them that Rejuvenation Valley's men are hiding in Tanha City and have now turned back. Ask them to hurry and provide support. Oh right. Also inform Sect Master to send an elder-level expert over. We'll attack them from the front and back. Let's see where they can escape." When he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with the messenger. Chief Escort Lu followed him out of the elegant room, muttering as he walked, "How did we get into a conflict with Rejuvenation Valley? Really? I was wondering why we didn't send the bodyguard to Morcho City. Ayo, I forgot to ask him if that notice has been withdrawn." Then, he shook his head and said, "It's better not to withdraw it yet. When immortals fight, don't involve mortals. Someone will compensate me for my losses anyway. What's the hurry?" Zhong Xiaohua was lying on the roof of the elegant room. When she heard these words, she was so angry that she almost released a flying sword from the roof to hack this guy to death. "Nonsense, you're not in a hurry, but I am." When Chief Escort Lu left, Zhong Xiaohua also floated down from the roof and disappeared with a twist of her body. She only emerged from the ground after she had used Earth Escape to a secluded place. She was filled with regret. What was all this? The escort agency didn't have any bodyguards. How was she going to get rid of this burden? But now wasn't the time to get rid of this burden. Commander Ju had fallen for her diversion tactic and had mobilized all the men in the city to the main road at the East Gate. When she thought of this, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head and wag her tail. Her quick-witted idea at that time had actually been seen as a well-thought-out stratagem. How could she not feel proud? Right now, the most important thing for Nai Chenyu and Little Orange was to leave Tanha City first. Of course, they didn't have to consider the east and south gates. They could only leave through the west and north gates first. Moreover, they'd heard from Commander Ju just now that the brothers in the city probably included the men guarding the 3 city gates. If they didn't leave now, when Commander Ju reacted and sent people to guard the gates, they would certainly be able to kill them. However, wouldn't that be beating the grass and alerting the snake? How could she do this kind of work that didn't require any skill? After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly inquired about the address of the carriage company and found a shop nearby. Without bargaining, she found a medium-sized carriage and a good horse and bought them together. Fortunately, Nai Chenyu had just given her a small purse. Otherwise, our hero Zhong would have to pay for it himself. Zhong Xiaohua drove the carriage back to the small courtyard of the inn. Nai Chenyu and Little Orange looked at each other with bitter faces. When they saw Zhong Xiaohua driving the carriage back, their faces immediately changed. Zhong Xiaohua didn't explain and said, "Hurry up and pack your things. Move everything in the small carriage to the new carriage. I'll give you the time to drink a cup of tea." After saying that, She didn't look at the two's faces and hurriedly went to the inn to find the shopkeeper to settle the bill. When she came back after settling the bill, Little Orange had already packed everything and was standing in front of the carriage waiting for her. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised and asked, "Where's Miss Nai?" Little Orange looked at the carriage and said, "There, she's in the carriage." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "Hey, she ran quite fast. What about you? Why don't you get in the carriage?" Looking at the martial arts master in front of her who she used to think was a country bumpkin, Little Orange was speechless and only said, You really don't intend to send us off?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Yes, I really don't intend to send you off. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange bit her lips and bowed to him. She said, "Then, I'll thank you on behalf of Miss Nai for saving our lives. The world is big and the world is full of vicissitudes. I don't know when we'll meet again. Brother Ren, I hope you." Hearing Little Orange's words, Zhong Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. He only kept a straight face and interrupted her and said, "Okay, I know. Hurry up and get in the carriage." Little Orange's unfinished words were choked back by Zhong Xiaohua. She had no choice but to get into the carriage, put down the curtain and stopped talking. Zhong Xiaohua led Huan Huan over from the side and patted its head, indicating for it to follow the carriage. She jumped into the carriage and drove towards the west gate without saying anything. She didn't say anything along the way. When they got close to the west gate, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly released her divine sense. As expected, she didn't see any Jianghu people holding swords outside the city. Only then did she feel relieved and leisurely drove the carriage out of the city. But what about after leaving the city? Zhong Xiaohua muttered in her heart. If she didn't find any bodyguards, who would send these two to Carefree City? -3. Chapter 363. The carriage gradually moved forward. A black horse was pulling the carriage, and the bell on its neck jingled. The sound was exceptionally crisp on the road. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, were in a bad mood. They didn't say anything and were too lazy to pay attention to everything outside the carriage. They knew that after a while, the young man who was holding a long sword and leaping into the air would ride his David's deer and part ways with them. In this vast sea of people, they didn't know when they would meet again. They even faintly felt that this mysterious young man might not say goodbye to them when he left. Yes, goodbye, goodbye. It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with deep expectations. Sure enough, after the time of 2 meals, the curtain of the carriage hadn't been pulled open. The interior of the carriage was dusky. From time to time, light would penetrate through the gaps of the carriage, sweeping across the two's tightly stiff little faces. He really did leave. He left without saying goodbye. The two of them thought at the same time. However, when the crisp sound of the bell rang, it was like a deafening bell. Both of their delicate bodies trembled violently. Their gazes collided in the dusky carriage, and both of them were filled with surprise and disbelief. Almost at the same time, they whispered, "Why didn't I hear him talking to the bodyguard? Why are we outside the city?" Right now, it was quiet outside the carriage. Even the occasional sound was soft. Where was the impetuosity unique to Tanha City? If that bell was in the city, how could it have such a heavenly sound? The two of them seemed to have woken up from a dream and rushed to pull open the curtain in front. Wasn't the shoulder that wasn't very broad, the back view that had been deeply engraved in their hearts, right in front of them? Little Orange rushed to say, "Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you leave?" Nai Qianyu also asked, "Big brother Ren, why didn't you send us to the escort agency? Why did you send us out of the city? Where is this place?" Zhong Xiaohua turned her head to look at the two girls who were overjoyed. Her heart also felt warm. It felt good to be protected by someone, not to mention a man who could protect a girl. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua truly felt like an adult. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is the west gate of Tanha City. We are already some distance away from Tanha City. What are you two doing? Are you afraid of running into bad guys? Are you hiding inside and not daring to come out?" The two of them nodded tacitly and said, "That's right. If we're discovered in the city, we won't be able to escape. There's no need for that now. They've all gone to the east gate and are chasing after you on the way we came. No one should be able to discover you for the time being.
Oh.
Little Orange didn't quite understand.
Oh.
Nai Chenyu instantly smiled and said, so it was planned by Big Brother Ren. I really admire you. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head. Miss Nai thinks too highly of me. I just casually killed a few bad guys. How could I think so far ahead? Haha, Big Brother Ren is too modest. Nai Chenyu was not stingy with her words. Little Orange was puzzled and said, Young Master Ren, I still don't understand. Why didn't you send us to the escort agency? Hearing Little Orange calling herself Young Master and calling herself a maid, Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly and explained, Little Orange, do you think I didn't want to send you to the escort agency? But even if I wanted to, they wouldn't dare to accept this mission. Little Orange was curious and asked, why is that, Young Master Ren? Nai Chenyu smiled and said, I see. This smile was very sweet. Miss Nai, you're really smart and very impressive. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but praise her. Nai Chenyu waved her hands and said, it's useless to be smart. In front of Big Brother Ren's powerful martial arts, any little trick is just a small trick. At this moment, Little Orange also understood. Looking at her Mrs. excited face, her expression changed slightly. Then, she immediately returned to normal and said, Miss is really amazing. I really admire you. Zhong Xiaohua told her about how she went to the escort agency to find bodyguards. Then, she shrugged and said, I didn't have a choice. I couldn't just watch you fall into the hands of the bad guys. Moreover, if those people returned and couldn't find you, they might return to Tanha City. I had no choice but to bring you out first. Sigh, it seems like we have to wait until we reach the next town. Hearing this, Nai Chenyu and Little Orange's expressions turned ugly. They looked at each other and Nai Chenyu asked, Big Brother Ren, can you tell me where you're going now? Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Miss Nai, can you tell me where Morcho City is? Or do you know how to get to Morcho City? Zhong Xiaohua didn't know where Morcho City was, let alone how to get there. When he was at the escort agency, although he wanted to ask, he was afraid of attracting attention. However, this Miss Nai in front of him was only 12 years old. In his imagination, she might not know how to get there. Who would have thought that Nai Chenyu would only ponder for a moment before she explained the route from Tanha City to Carefree City clearly without any hesitation? Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. The thought of why is there such a big difference between people flashed into his mind again. He thought about how he had only just found out how to get to Pingyang City. Look at this 12-year-old girl. TSK. She was so much better than him. However, immediately, a little person appeared in his mind and advised earnestly, don't compare yourself with others, silly boy. You're the son of a farmer. Being simple is your true nature. Pooh. Zhong Xiaohua spat on the ground. He had Nai Chenyu's charm. He thought to himself, do nobles and generals have guts? Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's behavior, the two people in the carriage were surprised. They thought in unison, is this habit also contagious? From Nai Chenyu's explanation, Zhong Xiaohua found out that Morcho City was south of Tanha City. It was about a month's journey away. The Pingyang City that he requested was southwest of Tanha City. It was still very far from Morcho City. The two routes were completely separated at Tanha City. Of course, all roads led to U City, but the most comfortable official road was like this. If Zhong Xiaohua wanted to return to Pingyang City, he would have to go through the west gate of Tanha City. There was an official road that passed by several cities before reaching Pingyang City. This was also the route that Ji Xiaohua had drawn for him. If he wanted bodyguards to escort Nai Chenyu, he would have to go through the south gate of Tanha City. There was also an official road that led to Morcho City. That was also the direction that the unknown gang was pursuing Nai Chenyu. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua still had a choice. In the first 10 days, there would be a famous escort company in a big city. It was not a bad idea to let them escort Nai Chenyu. However, this would delay Nai Chenyu's journey and take a lot of detours. Thinking of the detours, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly had a new idea. He stroked his chin and thought carefully about the possibilities. Behind him, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange saw that Zhong Xiaohua did not say anything after asking for the location of Mocho City. They sat quietly in the carriage and looked at the passing scenery outside. However, they did not pay attention to anything. They only secretly prayed, "Will he change his mind? Will he send us to Rejuvenation Valley?" After a while, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Miss Nai, I have an idea. Do you think it will work?" Nai Qianyu asked curiously, "Please speak, Brother Ren." "Actually, I originally planned to hire bodyguards to escort you two back to Mocho City in Tanhe City. However, I did not expect that Fushan Escort Company would not accept the escort to the south. Therefore, I have no choice but to place my hopes on the next city. However, I cannot guarantee that there will be a suitable escort company in the next city. Moreover, I am not sure if the escort company will be like Fushan Escort Company and not dare to accept this escort. Moreover, to hand you two over to unfamiliar bodyguards, I have decided that I can't bear it." "Nonsense. You only realized it now. So you have been treating us like goods and letting people escort us. God has opened his eyes. You only realized it now." Nai Qianyu and Little Orange looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with joy and relief. Zhong Xiaohua continued to explain, "The place I am going to is definitely not where you two can follow me." However, seeing Zhong Xiaohua dawdling, Little Orange became impatient and said, "Can't you finish your sentence in one sentence?" Nai Qianyu hurriedly pulled Little Orange's sleeve with her uninjured left hand and said, "Little Orange, let Brother Ren finish." Zhong Xiaohua chuckled and said, "However, you two can follow me all the way there. After I am done with my business, I will send you back. How about that?" "Ah!" Nai Qianyu and Little Orange could not believe their ears. Nai Qianyu hurriedly asked, "Brother Ren, I have thought of this idea. However, the matter you are going to do must be extremely confidential and important. It will probably cause a sensation in the martial arts world. If we follow you, won't we affect you? That's why I don't dare to say it." Zhong Xiaohua scratched the few strands of mustache on his chin with his fingers and said with a smile, "It's fine. As long as you don't have to follow me when you reach a place. When I'm done, I'll meet you at that place and send you off." "Oh yes, Miss Nai, are you in a hurry to go back to Mocho City?" Nai Qianyu smiled and said, "Even if we are in a hurry, we need to be alive to go back. The place Brother Ren is going to is definitely not in the same direction as Mocho City. It might even be very far away. The further we go, the harder it will be for those bad guys to find us. Brother Ren, you are so smart. What a brilliant plan. You can achieve two goals with one stroke. I admire you." After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua raised his invisible tail high. He was just short of a feather fan to show the elegance of a wise man. Sigh, actually, as long as people get along with each other, it is inevitable that they will want to protect each other, let alone two budding girls. Since Zhong Xiaohua had the ability to send the two girls home after visiting the Guozhuang house, as a man, how could he refuse such a cushy task? Everything was caused by male chauvinism. -3. Chapter 364. Faint snowflakes drifted down like salt grains, covering the mountains and rivers, and even dyeing the boundless fields white. A thin layer of snow had already accumulated on the straight and wide road. The road was slippery in the snow, and there were very few people on the road. At this time, there was a clear ding-ling sound, and a carriage came from afar. Pulling the carriage was an ordinary black horse, and there was nothing special about it. But what was strange was that the carriage didn't travel in the middle of the official road. In the middle of the road, parallel to the black horse pulling the carriage, there was a glossy and spirited mule. On the carriage pulled by the black horse sat a skinny young man. His eyes were closed as he rested. His hands were in an extremely mysterious position. It seemed that he had already fallen asleep. Everything seemed so normal. However, if one were to pay close attention, one would be able to clearly see that although the snowflakes that filled the sky and became bigger and bigger stained everything, they did not seem to disturb the young man's beautiful dream at all. This was because there seemed to be a transparent cover around the young man's body. When the snowflakes landed on his body, It was as if they had landed on an abnormally smooth surface. They could not stay there and would slide to the side. Therefore, the snowflakes that filled the sky could not leave a single mark on the young man's body. Right at this moment, a soft and clear voice sounded out. "Big Brother Ren, the snow is getting heavier and heavier. Aren't you going to take shelter in the carriage?" Wasn't it Nai Chenyu's voice? The three people in the carriage were none other than Zhong Xiaohua, Nai Chenyu, and Little Orange, who had come out of Tanhe City. Upon hearing the voice, Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes, loosened his hands, and released his divine sense. Immediately, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua was different from before. Although he had not seen him for more than a month, his youthful face seemed to have matured a lot. His smile also had a mature charm. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Little fishy, it's okay. I like to see the scene of snow staining the earth. This snow can make me think of vitality and hibernation. Why don't you come out and have a look? Big Brother Ren, I've said it hundreds of times. Don't call me Little Fishy. My name is Little You. Really." Nai Chenyu's reproachful words came from the carriage. Zhong Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "You two, one is Little Orange, and the other is Little Fishy. Aren't you a good match? Luckily, I'm smart enough to think of such a good name. Little Fishy, aren't you going to give me more money for the name?" "Bah," Nai Chenyu spat and said, "Shameless." Another voice sounded, "Miss, I think you'd better take out those few golden leaves, lest young Master Ren keeps thinking about them." "What? The food and drink expenses along the way, the hotel expenses, and Huan's expenses, which one of them didn't use my money? How can he have the nerve to say that?" Ha ha ha. Zhong Xiaohua felt very refreshed when he heard this. Of course, he didn't spend a single cent of his own money and rushed over from Tanhe City. How could he not be happy? Upon hearing Zhong Xiaohua's laughter, the people in the carriage also laughed. Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Big Brother Ren, the sky is going to be dark soon and the snow is getting heavier. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to the town." Nai Chenyu felt very strange. They had been traveling for more than a month. Zhong Xiaohua was unusually cautious and never spent the night in the wilderness. Even when he saw that it was still early, he stayed in an inn and didn't move forward. Logically speaking, with his superb martial arts, why would he be afraid of some petty thieves? However, since Zhong Xiaohua didn't explain, she didn't feel right to ask. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. Pingyang City is about 4 to 5 miles ahead. If we speed up, we should be able to make it by the time the sky turns dark. We've already passed the first day of the new year on the road, and we'll have to pass the 5th day of the new year in Pingyang City." "Hey!" Nai Chenyu said in surprise, "Big Brother Ren, aren't you always bad at directions? How did you know that we're reaching Pingyang City today? It's all white outside the carriage. How can you tell?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua only laughed and didn't explain. Nai Chenyu in the carriage also seemed to be used to it and didn't pursue the matter. Zhong Xiaohua shouted habitually, "Higher tilde." The deer immediately swung its tail and hit the black horse's buttocks. The black horse's hooves tightened again and it galloped forward quickly into the boundless snow. After Zhong Xiaohua left Tanhe City, she told Nai Chenyu about her thoughts. Although Miss Nai was young, she was much more experienced than Zhong Xiaohua when she was the same age 5 years ago. She was also insightful about the ways of the world. How could she not quickly cozy up to Ren Baqian? Naturally, she didn't have any objections. Wasn't it just a detour? Even if she had to go out to sea for a round, as long as she could return to Carefree City safely, she was willing to do so. Besides, there was another small thought. Let's not expose other people's privacy. From Tanhe City to Pingyang City, it was only a short curve in Xiaohua's scroll. Zhong Xiaohua drove the carriage for almost a month to pass through the few cities in between. Even the first day of the new year was spent hurriedly on the road. In the end, Zhong Xiaohua didn't return to Guozhuang House during the new year. In the beginning, Zhong Xiaohua used the whip on the carriage to drive the black horse. However, after a long time, she got tired of it. Huan, the deer, was indeed the spirit beast that Zhong Xiaohua mentioned. It actually understood its master's thoughts and caught up with Zhong Xiaohua. It only stopped when it reached a fork in the road and waited for Zhong Xiaohua's instructions. Along the way, Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed and thanked Xiaohua even more in her heart. When Nai Chenyu and Little Orange saw that the deer was so intelligent, they were also very surprised and liked it. Both of them had reared the deer before and had a deep understanding of its diet. Nai Chenyu's carriage didn't lack money, so along the way, although Huan Huan was a little different from the Rejuvenation Valley's deer, it was also well-fed and shiny. It was no longer as ugly as it was in Songning Town. As for Nai Chenyu and Little Orange, after interacting with Zhong Xiaohua for more than a month, they went from being in awe and fear at the beginning to gradually getting to know him. They knew that this young man with powerful martial arts was not unapproachable and unapproachable. If his mysterious behavior and powerful martial arts were covered up, the Ren Xiaoyaro in their eyes at the beginning was his true self. Speaking of mysterious behavior, Zhong Xiaohua had to sleep well every night. Even when sitting in the carriage, he had to close his eyes to rest. Sometimes, he was obviously terrible with directions, but sometimes he could point out the road ahead. Sometimes, he even had the feeling that he could foresee things ahead. This really puzzled Nai Chenyu. What annoyed Nai Chenyu the most was that this guy didn't even take out a single penny along the way. He always stretched out his hand to her to pay for everything. This wasn't the style of a martial arts hero. However, Nai Chenyu was also very gratified by the benefits brought about by this most annoying thing. From Tanhe City to Pingyang City, they had encountered all kinds of bandits, robbers, and other evil deeds. However, at this time, the value of a martial arts man was fully displayed. This guy didn't care how many robbers there were in front of him. He just looked left and right and came over with his long sword. He randomly found an extremely thick tree or a huge rock. He took a deep breath and swung his sword down. No matter how thick the tree was or how hard the rock was, it would collapse at the touch of his sword. Then, Zhong Xiaohua leisurely got into the carriage while all the robbers were dumbfounded. He shouted, "Go," and the black horse automatically drove away, leaving behind the admiring gazes of the robbers. Of course, there were also some who felt good about themselves because they had more people. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hold back. No matter how many people there were, she killed them all with one strike and then used the second strike. Nai Chenyu and Little Orange were starry-eyed when they thought of that. Then, they spat and laughed. This guy is really barbaric. At the same time, they hid in the carriage and covered their mouths. How much money would it take to hire such a brave and fierce bodyguard? It was a tiring but joyful journey for more than a month. Unknowingly, they were close to Pingyang City. Nai Chenyu was so smart. Ever since they left Tanhe City, she didn't mention where they were going. She only followed Zhong Xiaohua's wishes. Occasionally, when Zhong Xiaohua couldn't make up her mind, she would raise her own opinions. Her tone didn't show any intention of inquiring about Zhong Xiaohua's destination. However, Nai Chenyu was very familiar with the distribution of each city. Zhong Xiaohua's route was also very clear. As early as more than 10 days ago, she already knew that Pingyang City was on her route. She just didn't know that this Pingyang City was Zhong Xiaohua's destination. 5 days ago, on the first day of the new year, the three of them spent it in a very small town. Zhong Xiaohua didn't mind. She hadn't spent time with her mother and father for many years. Although she really wanted to, she gave up the idea when she saw that it was still far away from home. She only felt a faint longing in her heart. However, Nai Chenyu was different. It seemed that she hadn't spent the new year outside since she was young. That night, her eyes were red and she didn't eat much. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how to persuade her. She only comforted her and accompanied her silently. Fortunately, Little Orange took his young mistress out for a walk. When they returned, although Nai Chenyu's eyes and face were red, she was in a good mood. It was just that she kept glancing at Zhong Xiaohua. She even toasted Zhong Xiaohua with a few cups of wine on a simple table. -3. Chapter 365. Recalling how Nai Chenyu's eyes were as red as a rabbit's, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help smiling. It was true that the saying, every festive season, one would think twice of one's loved ones. Even though Nai Qianyu usually behaved like an adult, it was only at this moment that Zhong Xiaohua realized that she was just a little girl who had just turned 12. Zhong Xiaohua had given Nai Qianyu the name Little Fish that day. He had wanted to call her Little Rabbit, but there were no similar words in her name. Therefore, he could only take a step back and call her Little Yu as Little Fish. Anyway, it was Nai Qianyu who asked him to call her Little Fish. What did it have to do with Zhong Xiaohua? At first, Nai Qianyu was very happy, thinking that Zhong Xiaohua finally called her by her nickname. However, after listening carefully, she realized that it was not her imagination. Therefore, she clung to Zhong Xiaohua and begged him to change it. However, until now, didn't Zhong Xiaohua still call her Little Fish? Thinking of Nai Qianyu's red eyes, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but think of the occasion when he celebrated Nai Qianyu's birthday. Before the three of them entered Tanhe City, they had told each other their ages. At that time, Nai Qianyu said that she was going to celebrate her 12th birthday in a month. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua only felt that this little girl who was not even 12 years old had more experience than him. He could not compare with her at all. However, on that day, he suddenly had this idea on a whim. After counting the days, wasn't it the little girl's 12th birthday? That day, when they passed by a rural town, Zhong Xiaohua saw that Nai Qianyu and Little Orange seemed to have forgotten about it. Therefore, he got off the car at the last minute and went to an inn to buy 12 red eggs for Nai Qianyu. Yes, I remember when I was in Guozhuang House, didn't my mother cook eggs for me on my birthday? Since today is Nai Qianyu's birthday, I naturally have to buy her boiled red eggs. This was also the only thing Zhong Xiaohua bought with her own money along the way. Thinking back to the time when he saw Nai Qianyu's face full of surprise and gratitude, Zhong Xiaohua felt happy in his heart. After all, the price of 12 copper coins was reduced to 11 copper coins by him, and he even won the little girl's laughter. How could he not be happy? That day, Nai Qianyu was tearing up while eating the eggs, as if the eggs were the most delicious thing in the world. Thinking of her teary eyes, Zhong Xiaohua curls her lips secretly. Eating 6 eggs at one time? Isn't she afraid of choking? No wonder her eyes turned red when she cried. It would be a pity if she wasn't called Little Rabbit. As Zhong Xiaohua thought of the interesting things that happened along the way, the silhouette of Pingyang City appeared in her vision. In the snowy twilight, Pingyang City was still as majestic as ever. However, the people had changed. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Galloping into the city, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She found an inn in a more remote area of Pingyang City. It was the new year now and the inn's business wasn't very good. Seeing that there were guests, the innkeeper was very happy. This was the first business of the new year and they had booked an independent courtyard. According to the coachman, they were going to stay for a few more days. Naturally, the innkeeper was very attentive to them and tried his best to flatter the two ladies. However, after a while, seeing that the two ladies were following Zhong Xiaohua's lead, he realized that he had misjudged them. He immediately changed his attitude and walked towards Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua didn't have the patience for this. She drove the carriage to the courtyard and left the odd beasts and the black horse in the care of the innkeeper. She unloaded the items from the carriage and put them in a room. She didn't need the innkeeper to find help. Seeing this, the innkeeper naturally knew what to do. He instructed the shop assistants to do what they were supposed to do and quickly left, so as not to disturb the three of them in the courtyard. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had unloaded the items from the carriage, unlike in the past where she would leave everything in the carriage for the night in order to make it easier for them to travel in the morning, Nai Qianyu and Xiao Juzi's hearts skipped a beat. Could it be that Pingyang City is the place where he is going to do his business? Indeed, after Nai Qianyu and Xiao Juzi had finished packing and were waiting for their meal, Zhong Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. She smiled and said, "It's the 5th day of the Lunar New Year now. I have already asked the inn to make dumplings for you. You must eat your fill later." Nai Qianyu stood up and asked, "Big brother Ren, from what you said, it seems that you don't intend to eat with us later." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "I still have something to do and will go out for a while. I may be back late tonight. You guys can eat by yourselves." "Back tonight? Big brother Ren, are you going to do something?" Nai Chenyu asked anxiously. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and didn't answer. Nai Chenyu blinked and said, "Big Brother Ren, be careful." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and turned to leave the room. She walked into the snowy night in a few steps. Two pairs of concerned eyes followed him from inside the house until his figure disappeared into the darkness. Nai Chenyu turned around and asked, "Xiao Juzi, do you think Big Brother Ren is going to do something tonight?" Xiao Juzi smiled and said, "Miss, how would I know? But seeing that he didn't answer you, it seems to be the case. But, from what he said, he will be back tonight. Does that mean that we can continue our journey to Carefree City tomorrow? But since we can leave tomorrow, why should we unload the things in the carriage?" Xiao Juzi smiled bitterly and said, "We don't have to worry about these things. Miss, you just focus on eating dumplings. I heard that the dumplings in the north are different from those in Carefree City. You have to try more dumplings later." Nai Chenyu looked disappointed and murmured, "No matter how delicious it is, can it be better than red eggs?" If Zhong Xiaohua was here, she would definitely refute her. Of course, braised pork is better than red eggs. Unfortunately, he was on the way to Misty Mountain Villa and didn't know about Nai Chenyu's girlish feelings. Yes, Zhong Xiaohua was walking to Misty Mountain Villa. The sky had already darkened, and the snow continued to fall endlessly. It had already covered the sun, and now it was no different from the night. There were few people on the streets, and they were all wearing new clothes and hiding in their houses to enjoy the rare New Year's atmosphere. Zhong Xiaohua did not intend to use the levitation technique or the earth escape technique, because his thoughts were now very chaotic. He was somewhat anxious to see the Misty Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa, but he was also somewhat afraid. This kind of contradictory mood could only be slowly calmed down by walking in the empty streets and alleys, and walking in the dark night. Zhong Xiaohua walked out of Pingyang City alone in the snow. The sky was also dark and there weren't many people in the city. Even if there were people hurriedly passing by in the snow, they wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be shocking if he didn't have an umbrella in his hand and snow on his body? Walking on the even more spacious road outside the city, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly stopped. He seemed to have figured something out. He looked up at the dark night sky and the snowflakes that floated in from time to time. He turned back to look at the footprints he had left on the snow. They had already been covered by the rapidly falling snowflakes. He then looked at the snow-white road in front of him that didn't have any traces. Zhong Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. "I've walked on the road behind me and left traces, but they won't last long. What kind of thing in this world can last long? It's just a matter of time. I haven't walked on the road ahead. It's up to me to decide what kind of traces I want to leave. They can be the same as the footprints behind me, or..." At the thought of this, Zhong Xiaohua floated up and used the levitation technique. He leaped into the air and flew forward like a deity. "I can also be different from before and not leave any traces on the road. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This must be the case. The Misty School has long been on the decline in the pugilistic world. It's a miracle that it has survived for so many years. In the pugilistic world, survival of the fittest is the most realistic thing. It's normal that the three sects would join forces to destroy it. Moreover, the Daylin Temple and the incense cult actually allowed Hu Yuni to escape from Ethereal Peak with the descendants of the Misty School. This is an anomaly. Could it be that they let them go because they are all descendants of the immortal Tao? Or, is there something else going on? The Misty School is now as broken as it can be. However, the foundation of Misty Heights is still there. It's just that it's been occupied by the Righteous Alliance. The two leaders of the Righteous Alliance have been crippled. I don't know what's going on now. They probably won't have any extra thoughts on Misty Heights. It's not impossible for the Misty School to rise again. If there is such a day, I believe the ethereal sect will prosper once again. However, sect leader OU has committed suicide. The Misty School has lost its backbone. Only 3 of the 6 Misty Tigers are left. 2 of them have been crippled. Hu Yuni is also seriously injured and his martial arts have been greatly reduced. The eldest disciple of the sect leader, Zhong Chengyu, has also committed suicide. Sigh, It's like a plate of loose sand now. Forget it. After I send little fishy home, I'll go to the incense cult and find second brother first. I'm also not a disciple of the Misty school. Why should I worry about this for no reason? Although Misty Heights was quite a distance away from Pingyang City, Zhong Xiaohua quickly arrived in front of the archway of Misty Heights with her levitation technique. Zhong Xiaohua stood in front of the straight road and couldn't help but think of the scene when she first came here. Sigh, things remain the same, but people have changed. In the darkness, the smooth road was covered with white snow and reflected white light. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and walked up. It was as if she wanted to relive the feelings of that day. Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked towards the archway of Misty Heights and released her divine sense. Perhaps it was because it was the new year or because it had been many years since the Misty School was destroyed, the Righteous Alliance's protection had already been lax. Tonight, there weren't any disciples of the Righteous Alliance guarding the archway. When Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense saw the two ancient words misty on the archway, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. -3. Chapter 366. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense felt that the word misty on the archway of the Misty Mountain Villa was abnormal. He immediately floated towards the archway without touching the ground. When he reached the bottom of the archway, he stood with his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He released his divine sense and carefully observed the archway that had been standing for 10,000 years. The fluttering snowflakes were still unable to touch his body. After a long while, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he floated to the top of the tall decorated archway and looked around in the deep night sky. After which, he used his qinggong and headed east. After walking for a long time, he arrived at a deserted area. Using his divine sense, he walked into an abandoned courtyard. He searched as he walked until he reached a wall. Only then did he stop and look up and down. After thinking for a while, his body rose again and continued to follow the Misty Mountain Villa and head to another place. Just like this, Zhong Xiaohua walked around the outer area of the huge Misty Mountain Villa in a short period of time. He would stop at a dilapidated rubbish dump, a new garden, and a half-old house. Every time he arrived at a place, Zhong Xiaohua would stop for a moment and release his divine sense to observe carefully. The confusion in his eyes gradually lessened. When he returned to the front of the decorated archway, the corners of his mouth had already revealed a trace of a slight smile. The Misty School is indeed a big sect that has been passed down for 10,000 years. This archway is actually the eye of the Six Directions Annihilation Formation. It's a pity that for some reason, the other 5 eyes of the formation have been destroyed and this protective formation did not have any effect. Otherwise, even if the Aroma sect, the Daylin Temple and the Alliance of Righteous Sects joined forces, they would not be able to break in. This so-called Six Directions Annihilation Formation is a top-killing formation in the records of Fire Dragon Immortal. It requires 6 people of the Immortal Tao to use different methods to attack the 6 eyes of the formation at the same time for it to be effective. The Qi of heaven and earth is scarce. Where can we find 6 people of the Immortal Tao? This formation should be indestructible. Oh, I forgot. Since the Qi of heaven and earth is scarce, where does the Qi of heaven and earth come from? If you have some Primeval stones, that's fine, but does this Misty School not have enough Primeval stones? However, look at the 5 abandoned array cores just now. They are all traces of man-made destruction. Some of them have been forcibly demolished to build houses and gardens. Some of them have even been turned into garbage dumps. Alas, man-made disasters are worse than natural disasters. This is the consequence of destroying the environment, forcibly demolishing and building, and illegal construction. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the Misty Mountain Villa with countless lights in front of him. This time, he had come here to explore and see what was going on. Now that he had been delayed in front of the decorated archway, he had wasted too much time. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhong Xiaohua prepared to go back. However, when his eyes turned to the Huanxi Mountain Villa next to him, he had an idea. He jumped down from the decorated archway and landed on the ground. After he made a gesture with his hands, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, He was already in front of the herb field of the Huanxi mountain villa. Zhong Xiaohua jumped out of the ground and looked around. He could not help but smile bitterly. He wanted to go to the small courtyard where he lived, but he ran to the herb field. At this time, the herb field had long been deserted, and the flat land was covered with thick snow. Thinking of this place where he had struggled in the past, Zhong Xiaohua had an idea. He did not know whether Ouyang Yang had found the reason why the herbs did not germinate. Thinking of the problem of the herbs not germinating, Zhong Xiaohua now had an incomplete idea. The growth of the herbs needed to absorb a certain amount of qi of heaven and earth. Those herbs that did not germinate must need more qi of heaven and earth. The lack of qi of heaven and earth in the herb field naturally could not provide enough qi of heaven and earth for the herbs to germinate. Of course, the herbs would not germinate. However, the spring water of the Guozhuang house was rich in qi of heaven and earth. If he could use the spring water of the Guozhuang house to water these herbs, there might be some effect. Of course, the qi of heaven and earth in the spring water from the Guozhuang house had long disappeared between heaven and earth. But where did the qi of heaven and earth in the spring water come from? Wasn't it provided by the small pieces of primordial stones at the bottom of the well? Speaking of primordial stones, how much qi of heaven and earth did the primordial stone in Zhong Xiaohua's purse provide? Therefore, in Zhong Xiaohua's mind, if he could put a piece of primordial stone in the water and use the water to water the herbs that did not germinate, it should be possible. However, this idea was just an idea now, and there would be no day for it to be put into practice. Didn't the Decent Alliance say that they would not interfere with everything in the Huanxi villa? Why is the herb field deserted? Zhong Xiaohua was a little depressed. Immediately, he spread out his divine awareness and carefully observed. Of course, he did not want to look at the misty villa. The Huanxi villa was his old place and his first step in Jianghu. How could he not have deep feelings for it? Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's mouth showed a smile again. His body did not move, but suddenly, like a gust of wind, he flew to his own small courtyard. In Zhong Xiaohua's earliest hut, the barefoot brother Ma was still sitting on his messy kang, scratching his feet and drinking a little wine. From time to time, he would pick up a few peanuts from the plate on the kang and put them into his mouth. On the kang opposite him, the honest Liu Erhuan was sitting in a corner of the kang. Beside him were several young men in green clothes and hats. They were all staring at Ma Jing without blinking, as if they were listening to something. When Zhong Xiaohua passed by the hut in the small courtyard, she heard a few words floating from inside. You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord Ouyang to plant rare medicinal herbs. Then we saw several big monks and several men from Jianghu descending from the sky. I was very shocked, but I couldn't ruin the prestige of our Huanxi mountain village. So I stepped out from the crowd and asked, "Who are you?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at the hut in the small courtyard and said, "You don't know. That year, Brother Shi and I were working in the field, helping our manor lord Ouyang plant rare medicinal herbs." Do you know how the monk answered? The several people opposite him shook their heads and said in unison, "We don't know." Ma Jing let go of his feet, put the peanuts into his mouth and said, "The monk said, 'Brother, we are from the Huanxi villa. We are monks from the Dailin temple. We were ordered to come to Huanxi villa to check. Brother, please do us a favor.'" At this time, a boy asked, "Brother Ma, that's not right. The monk called us benefactors. Why did he call us brother? You are not a monk." "Oh." Ma Jing was a little disapproving and said, "Maybe I remembered wrongly. You think that since they were so polite, I naturally couldn't be rude, so I said, 'Brother Ma, that's not right.' I heard from Brother Shi that those people were very fierce at that time. When they came to our Huanxi villa, they searched everywhere and broke a lot of things. They also beat a lot of people. It is said that they were looking for some martial arts secret book." Another person also said, "Yes, it's the house I live in. It's said that it's been ransacked. I just don't know whether they found the martial arts secret book or not." Ma Jing impatiently put his hand in front of his nose and said, "Do you still want to hear it? If you don't want to hear it, I will go to sleep." Yes, of course we want to hear it. Didn't we all come to the villa later? We didn't have time to participate in the glorious history of the villa. We still have to rely on Brother Ma to tell us more about your glorious deeds. H. Now you know how to respect the old and love the young. Let me tell you, that martial arts secret book definitely wasn't found. Hey! Brother Ma, we know. Brother, she said that he didn't know. Won't it be clear if you use your brain to think? If they found the martial arts secret book at that time, would they still take our villa master OU to preach the incense cult? The servants said at once, yes, Brother Ma is right. We have been in the villa for more than 2 years, but we have never seen the villa master. I heard that. I heard that our villa master is a great beauty. Brother Ma, you must have seen the villa master. Ma Jing was speechless. What kind of servants are these? They actually dare to talk about the villa master behind her back. However, Villa Master OU is indeed a great beauty. Zhong Xiaohua stood on the roof and listened to the group of servants talking nonsense. She couldn't help but secretly laugh. No, now that she thought about it, OU Yang was indeed very beautiful. At that time, she was young and didn't understand. She only felt that OU Yang was as kind as a sister-in-law. The servants nowadays are really good. Each generation is better than the previous. Zhong Xiaohua thought so. Then, she used her divine sense to scan the inner courtyard and was ready to leave. However, she suddenly frowned as if she saw something. Her figure flew into the inner courtyard again. When she stopped again, it was the small courtyard where she was stopped when she first entered the inner courtyard. The small courtyard was silent. There was only a dim light coming from a small house. Zhong Xiaohua stood in the middle of the courtyard and thought for a moment. She walked to the door and reached out to knock on the door. A clear voice sounded from inside. Who is it? Wasn't it Choju? Zhong Xiaohua said in a low voice. Sister Choju, it's me. I'm Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua? Choju was obviously stunned. Then, as if she remembered something, she cried out in surprise. Zhong Xiaohua, it's you. Wait a moment, you. Then, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps from inside. The door of the small house opened with a Kaila sound, revealing a face full of surprise. Choju opened the door. Although she was fully prepared, she was still stunned for a moment. The tall young man in front of her had the same face as the young man in her memory. It was just that the shape of his face was a little elongated, but he had grown a lot. However, thinking about it, it had already been 4 or 5 years. Why hadn't this young man's face changed? She asked hesitantly. Are you really Zhong Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohua touched her face and smiled. Why, Sister Choju, I heard that my face didn't change much. Don't tell me you can't recognize me. No, it's just, at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua said, Sister Choju, I even hung clothes for you in the past. Don't you remember? -3. Chapter 367. How could Choju not know that the young man in front of her was Zhong Xiaohua from back then? She covered her mouth and laughed. She moved aside and said, Xiaohua, come in quickly. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and entered Choju's room. The layout of the room in the inner courtyard was obviously different from the small room Zhong Xiaohua used to live in. If the room was a brick bed to sleep on, Choju would not have let Zhong Xiaohua in so late at night. This was obviously a small room similar to a living room. A small table was placed in the middle and chairs were placed around it. Zhong Xiaohua entered the room and found a chair to sit on. Choju picked up the teapot from the side and poured a cup of hot tea. She smiled and said, Xiaohua, drink a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Zhong Xiaohua reached out to take the cup. He took a sip and was about to put it down when Choju said, Don't put it down. Just hold it like this. It can warm your hands. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. He smiled and said, Sister Choju is indeed attentive. Although he was not afraid of cold or heat, he still held the cup with both hands. He was about to speak when Choju said, Xiaohua, where have you been these years? I remember 5 years ago, I heard from Sister Chiu Tong that you went missing and were killed by a group of bandits. Hehe, I'm not talking about you. Xiaohua, you learned a lot of martial arts from Captain He, but you couldn't even beat a group of bandits. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had returned safely without missing an arm or leg, Choju naturally mocked him without holding back. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister Choju is wrong. There were hundreds and thousands of bandits. I was just one person. How could I beat them? Unless I had 3 heads and 6 arms." Choju said, "With your small body back then, you wouldn't be able to beat them even if you had 9 heads and 36 arms, let alone 3 heads and 6 arms." At this point, she covered her mouth and laughed. Then, she said, "Oh right, tell sister what happened at that time. Gang leader OU sent a lot of people to look for you, but there was no news of you. Miss and sister Chiu Tong thought that you couldn't come back, so they were sad for a long time. Alas, if they could see you coming back to Huanxi Villa today, they would be very happy." Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Actually, there's not much to say about my story. At that time, I encountered bandits who were doing bad things and kidnapped a girl. I thought that I could be considered to have learned martial arts, so I went with second brother to the bandits' stronghold to save her. We did manage to save her, but we were discovered by the Tenri sect and were captured." Tenri sect? Choju was puzzled. What sect is that? I don't think I've heard of it before. Zhong Xiaohua said, "There are countless sects in Jianghu. It's normal that Sister Choju hasn't heard of them." Then what? The Tenri sect actually captured you for 5 years. You're just a child. They're too inhumane. Zhong Xiaohua giggled and said, "Sister Choju, I'm not that young." Choju smiled and didn't say anything. Zhong Xiaohua continued, "Actually, not long after they captured me, I found a chance to escape. However, I didn't escape on land, but on the vast sea. I drifted to an island alone and didn't return to land until recently." "Ah." Choju widened her eyes in surprise and asked incredulously, "Xiaohua, you actually went to sea and spent 5 years alone on a deserted island?" "Yes, Sister Choju. Actually, it's nothing. I wasn't used to it at first, but I got used to it after a while." "Really? Alas, poor child." Choju's motherly love burst forth in an instant. She felt that Zhong Xiaohua's experience was unfair. She said, "Fortunately, you're finally back. Well, that's good. Stay in Huanxi Villa from now on and don't go anywhere else. By the way, when did you return to the villa? Why didn't I hear Qiang mention it? I met Tian Zhongxi in the afternoon, but he didn't mention it. You didn't just come back, did you?" Several questions in a row fully showed Choju's concern. "Qiang?" Zhong Xiaohua was also surprised and couldn't help asking, "Who is Qiang?" "Oh." Seeing this, Choju said with a smile, "You really just came back to the villa. You haven't seen Sister Qiang, right? Well, I guess Tian Zhongxi wants to take you to see her tomorrow morning." Speaking of this, there was a trace of sadness on her face. She said, "Tian Zhongxi must have told you about the Misty School. Since Miss and Sister Chiu Tong went to preach the incense cult with Madame Gang, our Huanxi Villa has been temporarily taken over by Qiang. Alas, she has been in charge for 3 years. However, Xiaohua, don't worry. Although you haven't seen Qiang, you're still a senior in Huanxi Villa. I have a good relationship with Qiang. Tomorrow morning, I'll tell her in advance in case she refuses when Tian Zhongxi goes to report to her, or it will be too late for me to go there." Hearing Choju's words, Zhong Xiaohua felt warm in her heart. She had only met Choju a few times, but she took good care of her because she used to be a manservant in Huanxi Villa. Her true feelings were rare. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, "Let's talk about these things later. I want to ask, Sister Choju, do you know the whereabouts of my second brother, Zhong Xiaohu? Is he dead or alive?" Choju thought for a moment and sighed, "I'll tell you the truth about your second brother's whereabouts. Xiaohua, I really don't know. When the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, I only heard the faint sound of fighting in the villa. I don't know the specific situation of the enemy. Moreover, in the end, the disciples of our Misty School were taken back by Madame Gang and brought back to preach the incense cult. I didn't see them, so naturally, I don't have any news about Zhong Xiaohu." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, "Then what about the situation of Miss OU and Sister Chiu Tong, and the current situation of our Huanxi Villa?" Choju's face showed a worried expression again and said, "Our Huanxi Villa and Piaomiao Villa have always been one, and we are related to each other. The Misty School was destroyed by the incense cult, the Daylin Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Half of the disciples died on the spot. Although Elder Hu escaped, the rest of the disciples were mediocre in martial arts, and some of them were destroyed. They were all taken back by the incense cult. Although our Huanxi Villa was protected by Nun Jingyi of the incense cult, and the other two factions had no choice but to yield, Miss was taken away by them. Sister Chiu Tong couldn't bear to part with Miss, so she went with them. The other sisters and I also wanted to go, but Miss didn't allow it, so we stayed." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua asked, "Sister Choju, do you know where the incense cult is?" "This?" Choju shook her head and said, "I don't know about this. That day, there were many of them and they set off together. When I bid farewell to Miss, I didn't hear her mention it. I reckon that Miss herself might not know about it. However, their carriage was heading towards the south. How is the villa now? Is it the same as before?" Zhong Xiaohua asked. Choju still smiled bitterly and said, "Huanxi Villa has left the Misty School. How can it be the same as before? Although the three factions have an agreement that they can't interfere with Huanxi Villa, the Righteous Alliance is right next to Huanxi Villa and has occupied Piaomiao Villa. Every move of our villa is under the surveillance of the Righteous Alliance. According to our guards, a few years ago, the villa was surrounded by their disciples, and they were monitoring both openly and secretly. It's only this year that they relaxed their vigilance. However, when you came back today, you must have been interrogated at the entrance of the villa. Even now, it's the new year, they still left people to not let our villa have a peaceful time. Is that so? What about inside the villa?" Zhong Xiaohua asked again. "There's no change in the villa. Some people saw that Huanxi Villa has no future and quietly ran away. These people are really heartless. Miss treated them so well in the past, but they abandoned their conscience and ran away. Xiaohua, you don't know, many of them have sold themselves to the villa. However, under the intervention of the Righteous Alliance, nothing is settled." Zhong Xiaohua smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua, Choju smiled and said, "You still have a good conscience. Knowing that the villa is in such a state, you still came back. Miss and elder sister Chiu Tong treated you well in the past. However, the medicinal field in our villa has long been deserted. They are preparing to plant crops. Xiaohua, you came from a farming family, so you must be very proficient in this aspect. Let me talk to Qiu Xiang tomorrow. Why don't you be Tian Zhongshi's assistant?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, "That's right, elder sister Choju, where did Elder Yu go?" "Oh, Elder Yu. He naturally followed Miss to the incense cult. Although he is the steward of the villa, he still has to protect Miss. Elder sister Chiu Tong can only serve Miss. If it's protection, it can only be done by Elder Yu." "Oh, I see." Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose with her finger. "There are a lot of changes in the villa. However, as long as you work hard like before, your livelihood will definitely not be a problem. Xiaohua, Miss and Chiu Tong are not here. If you have any problems, feel free to tell elder sister. Although elder sister is not Qiu Xiang, I can still speak for you. I definitely won't let you suffer." "Hihi, then I'll thank elder sister Choju first." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, I didn't come back to the villa this time. I haven't gone home to see my parents," and Choju smiled and said, "You came to the villa before going home. Xiaohua, Miss really has good taste. It doesn't matter. I'll ask Tian Chongshi to give you a month's leave. Go back and reunite with your parents. It won't be too late to go back to the villa." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Elder sister Choju, can you let me finish my words?" Choju smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. I'm happy to see the old people in the villa." "All right, you say it. I won't interrupt." Zhong Xiaohua said, "Elder sister Choju, after I go home, I don't plan to go back to the villa." "What?" Choju's expression changed a little. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. The villa is like this now. It's normal that you don't come back. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua, if you have time, Just come back and see your old friends in the villa. Zhong Xiaohua said helplessly, elder sister, didn't you say that you won't interrupt? Only then did Choju stop interrupting. She didn't answer. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I plan to go home to see my parents, and then go to find Miss and elder sister Qiu Tong. Ah! Choju couldn't help but interrupt again. She said in surprise, You really want to find them? Yes. Zhong Xiaohua said, I haven't seen them for so many years. I don't know if they are still alive in the world. -3. Chapter 368. Miss really didn't misjudge you. Miss really didn't misjudge you. Choju couldn't help but repeat this sentence, which made Zhong Xiaohua blush a little. However, his heart was calm. Nonsense, I'm going to save second brother. Of course, I can also save Ouyang Yang and Qiu Tong. Choju is not wrong. Hee. But, Choju immediately realized something and said, but, the people of Chuanxiang cult are very good at martial arts. How can you see, miss? Well, if you say that you are a servant of Huanxi Manor, maybe they will let you in. But, how can you go to Chuanxiang cult? Do you know where Chuanxiang cult is? Didn't you just ask me this question? Choju said a few but and asked a few more questions, which hit the nail on the head. Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, when I came back this time, I happened to meet a disciple of the Misty School called Chu Yunfei. He said that when he went back, he would ask Elder Hu. If he knew the address of Chuanxiang cult, he would find a way to tell me. Then I would know how to get there. Oh, is that so? Choju nodded and said, Ari, I really envy you, Xiaohua. If I were a man, I would also be like you and go see Miss. Zhong Xiaohua said, if Choju's sister was a man, Miss wouldn't dare to let you see her. Ha. Choju suddenly realized and covered her mouth to laugh. She had never been so happy in the past few years. Then, Choju asked, Xiaohua, where do you live? I remember that your little house has been occupied by the new servant. I don't know where your things are. Zhong Xiaohua was still holding the teacup that was gradually losing its heat. She said, it's like this, Choju sister. I'm not going back to the manor this time, so I didn't inform brother Shi. Also, I have to go back later. Choju frowned and said, then, you are, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, didn't Choju's sister just say that Captain He and I? Oh, right, where is Captain He? How is he? Zhong Xiaohua suddenly realized that she hadn't asked about this initiator yet. Perhaps he had already subconsciously regarded He Tianshu as a martyr in the Misty School. Well, Choju also shook her head and said, Captain He was not in Huanxi Villa at that time. There were many casualties in the Misty School, so I don't know where Captain He is. Moreover, when the fragrance cult left, the disciples of the Misty School were divided into many small teams, which were all guarded by the disciples of the fragrance cult. Oh, I see. Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, I hope Captain He is fine. Then she explained, didn't I learn martial arts from Captain He? Although I'm not as good as the real disciples of the Misty School, I've made some progress. Tonight, I came directly from outside the villa, so I didn't see Brother Shi and the others. Oh, I see. Choju understood and advised, it's probably the new year now, and it's snowing heavily tonight. The disciples of the Righteous Alliance have all returned to the villa, so they didn't keep watch outside. Xiaohua, I heard that the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are very powerful. Be careful when you go out later. Also, next time when you enter the villa, don't walk around arrogantly. Just come directly from the main door and say that you're looking for me. You're not a disciple of the Misty School, so they probably won't make things difficult for you. Remember? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, I know, Sister Choju. The next time I come in, I'll use your name. Oh right, Sister Choju, don't tell anyone about me entering the villa this time. If the people of the Righteous Alliance find out, they might. Choju smiled and said, I know that. Actually, there might be people from the Righteous Alliance in the villa. Sister, you're not that stupid. Zhong Xiaohua put the teacup on the table and stood up. Since that's the case, I'll go back first. After I see Miss Ouyang and Sister Qiu Tong, I'll go back to the villa and tell you about their situation. Choju also stood up and said, okay, Xiaohua, if you see them, say hello to them. Tell them that I miss them a lot in the villa. I'll definitely say hello. Sister Choju, I'll go now. Okay, Xiaohua. Why didn't you bring an umbrella or something like that? It's snowing so heavily, don't freeze your body. Wait, I'll find you an umbrella. Seeing that Choju was still treating him as the youth from 5 years ago, Zhong Xiaohua felt warm inside. He said, there's no need, Sister Choju. When have you ever seen a person walking around with an umbrella in his hand? Choju patted her forehead and smiled. I didn't know about that, haha. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the door and turned back. Sister Choju, you don't have to come over. It's windy outside. Don't catch a cold. Choju said, Xiaohua hasn't been here for 5 years. I have to send you to the door. As she spoke, she was about to walk over. However, as soon as she took a step, she suddenly shouted, Oh, Xiaohua, wait a moment. When I saw you just now, I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot about something. Alas, but it's just a passing cloud. With that, she turned and walked into the inner room. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. She walked back to the table and waited in confusion. After a while, she saw Choju walk out with an envelope and a small paper box in her hands. As she walked, she blew the dust off the envelope and the box. Choju came to the table and put the envelope and the box on the table. She smiled and said, These 2 things belong to Cho Tong. Take them and give them to her when you see her. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. She said, Sister Choju, since they belong to Sister Cho Tong, why didn't Sister Cho Tong take them away that day? Didn't you say something passing cloud just now? Ha. Choju heard and smiled. These things were originally given to Cho Tong by someone else. However, she left in a hurry that day and I forgot about it. If you didn't mention that you were going to see Cho Tong today, I wouldn't have remembered. Alright, I'll tell you in detail. Actually, the matter was very simple. On the day that the Misty School was besieged by the 3 factions, Misty Mountain Villa was facing a formidable enemy. However, Huanxi Mountain Villa was no different from usual. Everyone in the villa was busy with their own matters. Choju was in the kitchen preparing something for her young mistress when she saw a rather handsome male disciple of the Misty School come to her with these 2 things. He wanted her to help him pass these 2 things to Cho Tong. At that time, Choju was very puzzled. Cho Tong was just at the main hall of the inner manor. Couldn't he just go there himself? Why did he have to do it? However, when she saw the male disciple's face that was so red that it was about to drip blood, Choju somewhat understood. Moreover, the male disciple also said that this was a birthday present that he had prepared for Cho Tong. Cho Tong's birthday was 2 weeks later and the male disciple was about to leave for some matters. He probably wouldn't be back for a while. Hence, he asked Choju to pass it to him. He especially said that he wanted Choju to pass it to Cho Tong on her birthday. This way, he could show his sincerity and perhaps give Cho Tong a surprise. Naturally, Choju agreed to this kind of thing immediately. Moreover, she even teased the male disciple at that time. At that time, the male disciple was even more embarrassed. However, Choju was so busy that she didn't have time to spare. Hence, she asked the male disciple to put the letter and the box on the shelf in the kitchen first. When she was done, she would take it back to her room. The male disciple thanked her happily and left the box behind. He even specially told her that he would personally pass it to Cho Tong on her birthday. How could Choju forget such a thing? Of course, she waved her hand and told him not to worry. However, things were far beyond her expectations. Before she finished her work in the kitchen and was still wondering when Cho Tong found a lover from the Misty School, the news that the Misty Mountain Villa was attacked by the 3 factions came. This kind of news was like a thunderbolt. Of course, Choju forgot some small things. She hurriedly put down her work and ran to find Ouyang Yang. At that time, Ouyang Yang had already been taken to the Misty Peak by Ouyang Peng. Naturally, Choju couldn't see Ouyang Yang. At this time, the Huanxi Mountain Villa, which was part of the Misty School, was also attacked by the 3 factions. Choju and the others were forced to return to their rooms and couldn't go anywhere. After a long time, a group of female disciples from the fragrant religion, a few monks, and a few disciples from the righteous alliance came like wolves and tigers. They searched everyone's rooms and turned everything upside down. No one knew what they were looking for. Choju didn't dare to ask and just let them do what they wanted. Later, she found out that they were looking for a martial arts secret manual. Choju found it funny. There were many such things in the Misty Mountain Villa. She had never heard of it in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, let alone in the servants' rooms. What followed was a dark life. The Misty School was destroyed and Ouyang Yang was brought back to the fragrant religion. Qiu Tong, an elder, you also went with her. Choju only saw Qiu Tong once when she was sending them off. How could she remember that a male disciple from the Misty School had secretly sent Qiu Tong a message? 2 weeks after Ouyang Yang left, on Qiu Tong's birthday, Choju suddenly remembered this matter. She quickly ran to the kitchen, which she hadn't seen for a long time, and found the letter and small paper box thrown crookedly in the middle of a pile of seasonings. Looking at the letter and small paper box, Choju couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking back to that day, that male disciple must have known that he didn't have much of a chance of survival, so he mustered up the courage to confess to Qiu Tong. Qiu Tong, on the other hand, didn't know that there was a male disciple from the Misty School who secretly admired her. No matter whether that male disciple was dead or alive, Qiu Tong had to know of his feelings. Hence, Choju still took these two things back. She wanted to personally hand them to Qiu Tong when she saw her in the future. However, she waited for 3 years and Qiu Tong never came back. Choju also forgot about the letter and paper box, and only covered with dust every day. After hearing Choju's story, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the letter that didn't seem old and smiled. This is an interesting story. Don't worry, big sister Choju. I will definitely personally hand these 2 things to big sister Qiu Tong. I just don't know the name of that Misty School disciple. -3. Chapter 369. Choju smiled. How would I know? I did ask him, but how could I tell Qiu Tong his name if I didn't know? That disciple said that Qiu Tong would know as long as she saw the letter. I thought about it and didn't ask anymore. Is that so? Zhong Xiaohua smiled. Hihi, won't we know if we see it now? Choju glared at Zhong Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you're not the child you used to be. Why are you still saying such irrelevant things? Not to mention that this is Sister Qiu Tong's privacy. Without her permission, you can't open it. Also, you know that this might be a suicide note left behind by a disciple who died for the sect. If you don't give it to Sister Qiu Tong and open it yourself, aren't you insulting her spirit in heaven? Zhong Xiaohua was taken aback. Then, he straightened his face and said, Big Sister Choju is right. Although I was just joking, I didn't think too much about it. Don't worry, I will definitely keep these 2 items well. When I see Big Sister Qiu Tong, I will personally hand them to her. Zhong Xiaohua carefully took the letter and the small paper box. He put them in his arms and said, Sister Choju, it's late. I'm leaving. Choju smiled. Okay, go. Be careful. If possible, come back and tell me about them. Okay, Sister Choju. Don't lose them. I know. No problem. After saying that, Zhong Xiaohua waved his hand and walked into the snowflakes floating in the dark night. Choju walked to the door and watched as Zhong Xiaohua walked to the door and disappeared. She closed the door and sighed deeply. Not long after, the lights in Choju's house went out. Everything fell into darkness. Zhong Xiaohua came out of Choju's room and went around the wall. First, he used the earth escape technique to walk for a while. Then, he jumped out of the ground and used the levitation technique to go back to the inn. When he came out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa, he used his divine sense to observe for a while. There was no one watching the entrance of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. Perhaps, as Choju said, it was the New Year's night and the people of the Righteous Alliance must be tired of it. After returning to the small room in the inn, Zhong Xiaohua first carefully took out the letter and paper box from her bosom. Then, she used her divine sense to put them into the space of her money pouch. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and digest the information she had just received. She took out some prime val stones and began to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. The next morning, after practicing the Fist of the North Star outside, Zhong Xiaohua led Huan to the courtyard and returned to her room to comprehend the way of heaven. It was not until the sky was bright and she heard some noises in the room next door that she went out and knocked on Nai Qianyu's door. Xiao Orange, who opened the door, was very happy to see Zhong Xiaohua. She asked, "Child Ren, have you finished your business?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "No, I haven't done it yet. I just went out for a walk yesterday." After letting Zhong Xiaohua into the room, Nai Qianyu asked, "In that case, is Brother Ren going to do it today?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Miss Nai is smart. I'm here to say goodbye. How many days will Brother Ren be gone?" Nai Qianyu asked anxiously. "Well," Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, "it's a little complicated and I'm not sure. I estimate that it will take at least 10 days. Ah, so long." Nai Qianyu almost cried out. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "That can't be helped. Miss Nai, it's not a small matter. I underestimated 10 days, maybe 20 days. However, this Pingyang city is already very far away from Tanha City and Worry City. Even if those people who are chasing after you sent a lot of men, they wouldn't have chased you all the way here. Unless they have divine foresight, then there's no other way." Haha, even if they have great foresight, aren't they still fooled by Brother Ren? Nai Qianyu said with a smile. Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "I'm just that amazing. Don't praise me like that." Bah, Nai Qianyu could not help but spit and blush. "Child Ren, don't worry. I'll take care of Miss Nai here. Nothing will go wrong," Xiao Orange said tactfully. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. This plot seemed very familiar. It was like a phrase commonly used in romance novels. Zhong Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, "Haha, okay, I'll ride Huan to do something. You guys be careful. If there's nothing important, try not to go out." "Oh, I forgot. Nothing will happen even if you go out." "Why is that?" Nai Qianyu was puzzled. "Even if you go out, the bullies in the city won't be able to see you." "Ah, what do you mean?" Xiao Orange was puzzled. Zhong Xiaohua did not explain and said, "Okay, I've already deposited a lot of money in the inn yesterday. It should be enough for a month. Okay, you guys stay here. I'll leave first. Oh yes, how did the dumplings taste yesterday?" With that, he turned and left, as if he was afraid to stay here any longer. Sure enough, before he reached the door, Xiao Orange muttered, "Child Ren is really strange. Yesterday's dumplings did taste good. Why did he only think of asking now?" On the other side, Nai Qianyu seemed to have understood something. Her eyes were wide open and her soft voice was a little high-pitched. She shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, how dare you say that we're not beautiful?" Zhong Xiaohua heard and did not stop moving. She laughed and said, "Miss Nai, you've wronged me. I didn't say that." Xiao Orange, who was beside her, also asked curiously, "When did Child Ren say that?" Nai Qianyu stomped her feet and said, "Didn't you just say that the bullies in the city look down on us? Didn't you understand?" "Ah, Ren Xiaoyao." Xiao Orange did not call him Child Ren anymore. What nonsense. A girl's face was the most precious thing. How could she not be angry when you said that? The two of them chased after him to the door. Zhong Xiaohua had already urged the deer to leave a trail of footprints on the thick snow. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. Surprisingly, the two people who chased after him did not look angry. They were both muttering to themselves, "Look at what Xiaoxia did. Even a joke is so profound. Even his laughter is so charming." Sigh, if Zhong Xiaohua heard this, wouldn't she fall off the deer directly? The road from Pingyang City to Lu Town was not short. Although the deer could run fast, it was still snowing heavily. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to get back. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry. The Guozhuang house was just ahead. 4 to 5 years had passed. Why should she be anxious now? Therefore, amidst the snowflakes, on the quiet road, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the deer. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate. At this moment, What Zhong Xiaohua wanted to cultivate the most was the Heaven Dao. The feeling of understanding the Heaven Dao was so good that it was hard for Zhong Xiaohua to give up. However, ever since he had reached the 9th level of the Big Dipper magical fist, there would be a bone-honing flow every time he practiced it. He did not have a target for his future cultivation. At that time, he had a sudden inspiration and thought of practicing it from the end to the end again. However, there was no need to recite the reversal of the fist technique. He only needed to read it word by word. Therefore, he did not have the time to think about it carefully. This journey from Pingyang City to Lu Town could be made use of. The 108 forms of the Big Dipper magical fist had left a deep impression in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. The little man who knew how to perform the fist technique had not appeared for a long time. However, it was not difficult to recall it again. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua disassembled all the 108 forms in her mind. She wanted to recombine these forms. She wanted to take out the last form of the form first and then connect the other 107 forms to this form one by one. However, after going through all the forms, there was not a single form that could be connected. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but frown. Could it be that her idea was wrong? Or could it be that she had to find a new fist technique form from the many martial arts fist manuals? Yes, it was possible. Didn't sect leader OU say before that the stellar fist had 360 forms? Her Big Dipper magical fist only had 108 forms. There were still many forms missing. However, in this way, there was a problem. Since there were still forms that could be extracted from the fist manuals, why couldn't she find them the first time? This was really a problem. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but open her eyes and use her fingers to rub the space between her eyebrows. At this time, there was a sudden rush of ding-dang from behind. A horse carriage caught up from behind. Zhong Xiaohua slightly turned her head. There was a small triangular flag on the carriage with the word fast written on it. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and patted Huan's head. Huan obediently walked to the side of the road and made way for the horse carriage. As soon as Huan made way, the horse carriage caught up. When it was walking side by side with Zhong Xiaohua, the coachman glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and nodded gently. Zhong Xiaohua also smiled in return. However, at this moment, she heard a cat scream from below the horse carriage. Zhong Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area. It was a dirty cat that had been run over by the horse carriage's wheel and was rolling around under the horse carriage. The coachman seemed to have heard it. He frowned and tightened the reins in his hand. He was about to pull the horse carriage, but immediately, he released his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he shouted "Jia." The horse carriage continued to roar and did not stop for even a moment. On the snowy ground, the pitiful cat rolled left and right. Finally, it stopped moving. Its dirty white belly was facing up. Its two hind legs were curled up and twitching. One of its front legs was placed in front of its chest while the other was raised high. It seemed to be trying to grab something. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest series of original works at Chidian. -3. Chapter 370. Seeing the hatred in the cat's eyes, Zhong Xiaohua's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Looking at the dark red blood flowing from the corner of the cat's mouth and its four legs gradually stopping moving, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. When the cat had completely stopped moving, Zhong Xiaohua looked around and carefully picked up the pitiful and light little thing from the ground. He walked step by step to the side of the road until he reached the wasteland by the side of the road. After looking around, he put the cat down. Huan also obediently followed him. Zhong Xiaohua took the long sword from Huan's back and quickly dug an extremely deep hole in the wasteland. Zhong Xiaohua picked up the cat and carefully placed it into the deep hole, as if he was afraid of disturbing the cat's beautiful dream. Then, his heart filled with sadness, he sprinkled the soil on the cat bit by bit and murmured something. Only when all the soil was filled into the hole did Zhong Xiaohua stop. He clapped his hands and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. He sighed, life is so fragile. To be honest, ever since Zhong Xiaohua started practicing qi, He had been decisive in killing. Countless lives had been taken by his hands. Perhaps his killing methods were too nimble and he had never seen more blood. Moreover, the people he killed were all detestable people, so he didn't feel too burdened in his heart. But today, he suddenly saw an innocent cat being run over by a carriage. This ordinary incident that couldn't be more ordinary on a normal day actually aroused his compassion. If it was said to be the backlash of his killing intent from before, it was reasonable. Life, death, life, death. Zhong Xiaohua stood with his hands in his sleeves. He looked up at the sky and murmured these two words over and over again. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be stagnant and the snowflakes also stopped in the air. Zhong Xiaohua's mind once again felt the call of the heavens. At this moment, his consciousness left his body like before and gradually, slowly rose up. This time, Zhong Xiaohua had the previous experience and didn't deliberately or anxiously rise up. Instead, he slowly controlled the speed of his consciousness and spread it out to understand the feeling of the entire world. But soon after, Zhong Xiaohua discovered that his comprehension this time was different from the last time. This time, what he saw through his consciousness was not the various states of the world, but the life and death of the world. As Zhong Xiaohua's consciousness rose and strengthened, from the death of the cat at the beginning, to the birth and death of the surrounding villages, normal deaths, abnormal deaths, countless positive, negative, and positive emotions filled his consciousness. Time and space also seemed to have lost their effect at this time. Zhong Xiaohua also saw the battle between the disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the three sects in the Misty Mountain Villa. Countless disciples howled in pain. He also saw Ou Peng commit suicide on the Misty Peak and Yang Ruping face death calmly. Soon after, his consciousness saw even further. He saw himself brandishing his flying sword and wantonly killing more than 10 gang members of an unknown sect. He also saw himself wielding a small sword and killing 3 disciples of the Righteous Alliance. He also saw himself leaping high like a god and killing 5 unknown disciples with a long sword. He even saw himself following Ou Yanangsing and killing the masked old man in black. Zhong Xiaohua's consciousness soared even higher, and even more battles in the Jianghu were reflected in his mind. Even more new lives were reflected in his mind. All sorts of emotions revolved around him, tempering him. It was as if the cycle of reincarnation was tempering his consciousness. At the same time, the marks left behind by the heavenly Tao became even clearer and deeper. The sky above Zhong Xiaohua's head was no longer covered in red clouds at some point in time. Instead, it was a night sky dotted with countless resplendent stars. In the distance, the sun that emitted endless light and heat was like a special star. It hung there, no different from the other celestial bodies. The starry sky became clearer, more complete, more vivid, and more lively. Zhong Xiaohua's consciousness was still rising. Although he was deliberately controlling it, it was still rising. The land that he looked down on was still endless. However, in his eyes, or in his perception, there was only endless life and death, and the cycle of life and death. Perhaps it was an instant, or perhaps it was a long time. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Life, death, reincarnation, cycle. Like lightning, it instantly lit up his entire consciousness. He seemed to understand something, but also seemed to not understand something. At this moment, his consciousness accelerated once again, high up. This time, it was different from the previous time. Previously, it was a feeling of being at a loss and not knowing what to do. However, this time, he had a feeling that he had grasped something. Although he did not know what it was, he had a feeling that somewhere in the high, endless starry sky, there must be a place where he could find this feeling. However, at this moment, he forgot that at this moment, he did not seem to have the ability to search the entire starry sky. The only outcome he could face was only to be lost in the unpredictable starry sky. At this critical moment, in the distance where Zhong Xiaohua was standing, which was also the direction that Zhong Xiaohua was heading in the high starry sky, there suddenly appeared a super strong storm. This storm was not simply a storm of air, but a storm formed by the endless yuan qi of heaven and earth. The endless yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to have appeared from an inexplicable point, and immediately filled the space. The yuan qi of heaven and earth condensed continuously, and not long after, it formed two lifelike images. Auspicious dragon and phoenix. Zhong Xiaohua's ascending consciousness could not help but cry out, and once this cry came out, his consciousness fell rapidly like the last time. However, at this time, Zhong Xiaohua did not recall the feeling of falling, but only stared at the distant dragon and phoenix formed by the yuan qi of heaven and earth. He watched as the dragon and phoenix intertwined and danced in the starry sky, and slowly fell. Zhong Xiaohua's rapidly falling consciousness landed on his body, who was standing on the ground with his hands in his sleeves. Immediately, he opened his eyes as if he had been enlightened. He instantly released his consciousness, wanting to explore the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the sky. Unfortunately, although Zhong Xiaohua felt that his consciousness had improved greatly, he was still too far away from the dragon and phoenix, and could not see anything useful. With a sigh, Zhong Xiaohua withdrew his consciousness, and used his eyes to look at the sky in front of him, which was still covered with dark clouds and snowflakes. He could not help but shake his head, and said to himself, "I don't know what happened in front, which could cause a change in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and even affect the change in the way of heaven. The way of heaven is really unpredictable." Then, ignoring the snow on the ground, he sat cross-legged, and checked his gains from the oneness of heaven and man again. Sure enough, the starry sky that demonstrated the way of heaven was incomparably bright, clearer, and more inexplicably full of vitality. The way of heaven left a deeper outline in Zhong Xiaohua's consciousness, and at the same time, left a greater accumulation. After a long while, Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes with a smile. This smile was so vivid, and seemed to be the same as a moment ago, but also seemed to be different. It seemed to have more understanding of life and death. Clapping his hands, Zhong Xiaohua stood up and looked deeply at the soil that had been covered by a thin layer of snow. There was a stray cat's body buried deep there. Yes, there was a cause, and there was an effect. If he had not coincidentally witnessed the cat's death and buried its body, how could he have such an opportunity? Life and death, how could it be so easy to understand? How could the way of heaven be so easy to approach? Looking at the David's deer that was standing quietly beside him, Zhong Xiaohua floated up and patted its head calmly. Huan raised its head and let out a long neigh, and happily ran back to the main road from the ground. It then walked to the center of the main road, and walked forward. Zhong Xiaohua sat on Huan's back, and unconsciously looked back at the place where the cat had been knocked down. A thought rose from the bottom of his heart: if I could turn back time, maybe I could reach out and rescue this poor cat from under the carriage. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved, as if he had thought of something. After thinking about it carefully, his eyes unconsciously lit up, and he thought to himself, Cat, I really have to thank you. I just simply buried you, and you actually gave me endless benefit. If it was said that Zhong Xiaohua's cat's death, combined with his murderous aura, triggered another form of prying into the way of heaven, which was a deeper level of contact with life and death than the hundreds of forms of life, it was a guide for Zhong Xiaohua's future cultivation. What he had just learned was a direct guide for the difficult problem of practicing the fist of the North Star in his heart. Of course it's impossible to turn back time, but the moves of the fist can be performed in reverse. The second stage of the fist of the North Star should be practiced from the end to the end, but this from the end to the end is not simply linking the last move to the first move. This has been tried before, but it doesn't work. Instead, every move has to be performed in reverse. This way, from the last move to the first move can be smoothly performed. Understanding the key point, Zhong Xiaohua could not help but think, should I erect a tombstone for the cat, or give it a proper burial? But then, he smiled. Separation of life and death was just a part of the way of heaven. Anything that did not break away from the way of heaven must go through this process. Sometimes the death was lighter than a goose feather, sometimes the death was heavier than Mount Tai. To him, the cat's death was heavier than Mount Tai, but to the coachman, the cat's death was lighter than a goose feather. The cat did not care about the ceremony after its death, but he cared about the value of the cat's death. Instead of giving the cat an unimportant ceremony, it was better to keep the cat's death in his heart, as a warning to himself. Death was actually very simple, as long as he pointed his flying sword, a drop of blood. Death was also very complicated, perhaps he might not be able to comprehend it in his lifetime. This sword was related to life and death, so he must not use it lightly in the future. Alas, who in this world could understand everything? In this wilderness, the life and death of a stray cat, except for the current Zhong Xiaohua, who knew? But such a cat's death was exchanged for the lives of countless Jianghu people in the future. Even Zhong Xiaohua himself could not explain the cause and effect of this. -3. Chapter 371. On the morning of the 9th day of the first lunar month, in a forest about 10 miles away from the east gate of Lu Town, a thin and tall young man stood on the crown of a big pine tree covered in white snow, facing the rising sun. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the distant morning sun with a faint smile on his lips. After a few breaths, he jumped down from the tree and started practicing his punching skills on the flat snowy ground. After he finished practicing a set of boxing, he did not stop. He continued with a set of boxing that was similar to the previous one. If a martial arts master could identify it carefully, he would be able to see that the last set of boxing was simply the reverse of the previous set of boxing. This young man was naturally Zhong Xiaohua, who was walking towards the Guozhuang house. Since he entered the realm of oneness of heaven and men a few days ago, he had glimpsed a corner of the rules of life and death in the way of heaven. Zhong Xiaohua's cultivation seemed to have entered another realm. However, when he carefully checked his mental cultivation, he only took a big step forward. It was not the qualitative leap that he had imagined. However, Zhong Xiaohua knew very well that he must have made great progress in an aspect that he did not know about. It was the improvement in his daily understanding of the way of heaven. Since he did not understand what it was, he knew how to practice it. That was enough. On the other hand, the death of the stray cat had awakened the direction of upgrading the Fist of the North Star. Therefore, while Zhong Xiaohua continued to understand the way of heaven, he put his mind on the reversal of the Fist of the North Star. After 2 days of pondering and thinking, he finally understood all the 108 moves of the Fist of the North Star. Last night, Zhong Xiaohua tried it before he went to sleep. It was indeed effective. The inexplicable flow appeared from his right foot. With the moves of the Fist of the North Star, it was in the opposite direction from before. It tempered the bones one by one until it reached the bones of his left foot. As a matter of fact, Zhong Xiaohua suppressed his excitement and performed the Big Dipper magical fist technique 18 times. His bones were tempered 18 times. Zhong Xiaohua stopped and summoned the David's deer. He flew up and patted Huan Huan's head. Huan Huan's 4 hooves danced in the air as it flew toward Lu Town. Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged on Huan Huan's back. She closed her eyes and thought, Northern Dipper Divine Fist and Reverse Northern Dipper Divine Fist are both Northern Dipper Divine Fist. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to call them Northern Dipper Divine Fist? However, if that's the case, then the Misty School's Fist of the North Star manual will be incomplete. Thinking of the Misty School, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel sad for her second brother. Maybe I have to go home quickly and ask if my second brother has brought any news back home. If he hasn't, then I'll have to go to the fragrant cult. Haha, the fragrant cult is in the south. Sending Nai Qianyu there won't be any delay. Zhong Xiaohua looked ahead and thought slowly. Suddenly, the expression in Zhong Xiaohua's eyes changed. It turned out that in the sky not far away to the right, high up in the sky, a pure white cloud had suddenly been blown away. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, under the white cloud, the originally sparse qi of heaven and earth seemed to have been blown in, becoming denser and denser. Zhong Xiaohua's dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity was instantly equivalent to the qi of heaven and earth phenomenon that he saw when he entered the unity of heaven and man realm a few days ago. Could it be? Zhong Xiaohua was a little confused. Something strange is happening in front. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua urged his mount and quickly moved forward. In her divine sense, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in that direction slowly became denser. When Zhong Xiaohua arrived at Lu Town, she could already see part of the body of the dragon and phoenix. This, Zhong Xiaohua really didn't understand. However, when she arrived at Lu town, Zhong Xiaohua had to turn east, which was the direction of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. She wasn't afraid of delaying her journey back to the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua tried to release her divine sense to observe the changes in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth while urging the David's deer to rush to the Guozhuang house. At this time, the David's deer, Huan, also seemed to feel a trace of change in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. It was a little uneasy and was a little bit afraid to go forward. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and gently stroked Huan's neck to comfort her. But the more she went forward, the more anxious Huan became, as if she was extremely afraid of the things in front of her. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense had already observed that the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth had revealed more than half of its body. This, isn't the Guozhuang house directly below the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth? Thinking of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, she naturally thought of the spring water that was rich in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth at home. She didn't think too much. The change in the Yuan Qi must be related to her home. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She patted the head of the David's deer and floated up. She went straight to the dead trees in the snow by the roadside and flew straight to the Guozhuang house. The David's deer, Huan, slowed down and strolled forward slowly. The David's deer could smell the Yuan Qi on Zhong Xiaohua's body, so Zhong Xiaohua was not afraid that Huan couldn't find her. Zhong Xiaohua's levitation technique was fast and she moved forward in a straight line. Not long after, she could clearly see everything in the Guozhuang house with her divine sense. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't care less about observing the changes in the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Instead, she looked greedily at her own small courtyard. In the past 5 years, the small courtyard of the Zhong family had changed a lot. The original mud hut had been overturned and changed into a big bluestone house. The low mud wall had disappeared and was replaced by a very high bluestone wall. The low fence gate had also been replaced by the gate of a decent big family. At this time, there seemed to be no one in the small courtyard. There were several bluestone houses of the same size with the same gate. Zhong Cai, Mr. Liu Kai, and an old man who looked familiar to Zhong Xiaohua were anxiously talking about something. What surprised Zhong Xiaohua the most was that the east house of the courtyard was emitting a red light. Zhong Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. At this time, a person came out of the house. Wasn't it the girl she saved in Shitsue Mountain, Li Yinfeng? She looked panicked and said something to the old man in the courtyard who Zhong Xiaohua was not familiar with. Then she hurried back to the house. The old man turned around and said something to Zhong Cai and others. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly remembered that this was Li Yinfeng's father, old shopkeeper Li. What? What's going on? What's in the room? What? Li Yinfeng, old shopkeeper Li, why are they in my house? Zhong Xiaohua was completely confused. Looking at the dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the sky that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, Zhong Xiaohua forcefully circulated the qi in her body and sped up the levitation technique. A shadow appeared and Zhong Xiaohua flew towards the Guozhuang house. When Zhong Xiaohua was about to reach the Guozhuang house, she saw that there were too many villagers in the village and it was no longer suitable for levitation. Zhong Xiaohua twisted her body, made a hand seal, and drilled into the ground. She thought she would get lost, but once she went underground, she felt a strong Yuan Qi fluctuation in front of her. It seemed like she had a direction to guide her. Zhong Xiaohua activated the earth elemental escape and went there. When she got close, Zhong Xiaohua jumped out from the ground. When she looked up, she saw that it was the small courtyard where her father and Mr. Liu were. She was standing behind them. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Finally, she didn't go in the wrong direction. At this time, Mr. Liu said, "Liu Kai, go out and see Xiaolong. Why isn't he back yet? It's just looking for a midwife. Why is it taking so long? I think Qian won't be able to hold on for much longer." When these words entered her ears, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. So her little nephew was about to come into the world. At the same time, she released her divine sense. Seeing that the dragon and phoenix in the sky had stopped above her small courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of battle formation was this? Beside them, old shopkeeper Li comforted, "Brother Liu, don't worry. Sister-in-law Zhong and my wife are both inside. Although they aren't specialized midwives, they have a lot of experience. My wife has been vegetarian and praying to Buddha for the past few years. She has also helped a lot of people deliver babies for a living. There won't be too big of a problem." But Mr. Liu only started, but he couldn't finish his words. He could only look at Zhong Cai. Both of them smiled bitterly. "That's right, your wife has helped a lot of people deliver babies, but they were all normal babies. The unborn baby in this house had stayed in his mother's stomach for 5 years. This morning, he suddenly had abdominal pain and knew it wasn't good. He could only ask Zhong Xiaolong to go out and look for a midwife." This situation naturally couldn't be directly told to old shopkeeper Li. Liu Kai listened to his father's orders and nodded. "Father, don't worry. A mother relies on her son, little sister will definitely be fine. I'll go out and take a look. Jin Feng is with Xiaolong, so there won't be too much of a delay." After saying this, he turned around and walked out of the small courtyard. But when he turned around, he saw Zhong Xiaohua who had just walked behind them. He couldn't help calling out, "Xiaolong, why are you alone? Where's the midwife? Xiaolong?" When everyone heard this, they all turned around. Zhong Xiaohua had 3 brothers. Zhong Xiaolong's face was long and thin, while Zhong Xiaohu had a round face. When Zhong Xiaohua was young, she had a 60% resemblance to her second brother. As for Zhong Xiaohua, she was already very tall. Although her face was still the same as when she left home, her face was elongated. Therefore, with a single glance, she was 80% similar to Zhong Xiaolong, only she was a lot younger. Liu Kai and old shopkeeper Li first found it strange that Zhong Xiaohua came back alone without a midwife, so they looked behind him. Mr. Liu was also curious, but then he frowned. He was very confused, as if he already felt that this wasn't his usual son-in-law. But who was this strange young man? For a moment, he was stunned. Only Zhong Cai turned around and knew that it wasn't Zhong Xiaolong. But he was also confused for a moment, then he was pleasantly surprised. His eyes couldn't hide the excitement as he anxiously took a step forward. Reaching out his hand, he trembled as he probed, "Xiaohua? Are you Xiaohua?" Even though Zhong Xiaohua had just experienced the trials of life and death, she still couldn't resist the affection of father and son in this world. She took a few steps forward and held Zhong Cai's trembling hand with both hands, saying, "Father, it's me. I'm Xiaohua. I'm back." Hearing this, everyone's eyes in the courtyard lit up. Liu Kai and old shopkeeper Li's gaze also attracted from the still-closed courtyard door to this young man who looked very similar to Zhong Xiaolong. Chidian Chinese website welcomes readers to read the latest, fastest, and hottest serial works at Chidian Originals. -3. Chapter 372. Zhong Cai's hands tightly grasped Zhong Xiaohua's hands. His right hand rubbed his eyes in disbelief, using the opportunity to wipe away some of the moisture in his eyes. He looked up and down at Zhong Xiaohua, smiling so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. He only said, "Good, good. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." But then, he turned his head and quietly wiped away his tears. He seemed to be very happy, but also seemed to have thought of something. Before Mr. Liu and Liu Kai could speak, old shopkeeper Li hurried forward from the side. He saluted and said, "Xiaoxia Zhong, do you still remember this old man?" Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Uncle Li, please don't be so polite. You are Li Jinfeng's brother Li's father. You are my elder. I really can't accept your courtesy." Seeing Zhong Xiaohua respond so politely, Zhong Cai also pulled old shopkeeper Li's hand and said, "Old brother, Xiaohua is only a child. You don't have to be so polite with him." Old shopkeeper Li repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Old brother Zhong, I will never forget the favor of saving my life. Moreover, Xiaoxia Zhong saved the lives of our family of 3 in one go. He even almost lost his life because of it." Zhong Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Uncle Li, just call me Xiaohua. I really can't stand being called Xiaoxia Zhong." Mr. Liu also smiled at the side and said, Zhong Xiaohua, it's better to call you Xiaohua. Let the people of the Jianghu call you Xiaoxiaozhong. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua also hurried forward and saluted. Mr. Liu chuckled and helped him up. Then, Zhong Xiaohua and Liu Kai both saluted each other. Only then did they stand still. Just as they were about to speak, suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's nose smelled an extremely rich and light fragrance descending from the sky. At this moment, all the pores on his body didn't wait for him to circulate his energy. They all opened up and absorbed this extremely strange fragrance as if they were absorbing starlight at night. At this moment, the people in the courtyard seemed to have noticed something different. They looked at each other and twitched their noses, searching for the source of the fragrance. Only Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense. He clearly saw that the dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the sky had already descended to the sky above the small house. The dragon and phoenix formed by the Yuan Qi seemed to be real, dancing in the sky. After a long while, the dragon and phoenix flew towards the sky above the small house from different directions and silently collided. The dragon and phoenix instantly disappeared and turned into countless petals that floated down. Heavenly maiden scattering petals. This phrase inexplicably flashed in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. As early as when Zhong Xiaohua used the oneness of heaven and man technique, he saw the majestic dragon and phoenix Yuan Qi in the starry sky. At this moment, it turned into a rain of petals and fell down, covering the entire sky above the Guozhuang house. Only a small part of the rain of petals seeped into the small house in the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense with all his strength. Other than the Yuan Qi that directly fell into the small house, he didn't disturb it. Most of the scattered Yuan Qi were drawn into his small courtyard by him and absorbed with all his strength. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was already in the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. He could already control the Yuan Qi to the smallest detail. In addition to his powerful divine sense and the help of his Dantian's core, he absorbed all the scattered Yuan Qi outside the small house into his own meridians like a whale swallowing seawater. As for the Yuan Qi above the small house, Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, he wouldn't compete with his little nephew. However, the small house was still covered by the red light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. His divine sense couldn't know the use of the Yuan Qi. After a while, the scattered Yuan Qi of heaven and earth had become sparse. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound of music entered his mind, as if it was ringing in his heart. Zhong Xiaohua was about to use his divine sense to look when he heard a burst of exclamations in the small house. The red light that covered the small house immediately changed to a brilliant golden brilliance. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. When he was hesitating whether he should use his divine sense to look or not, he heard the door of the small house open. Li Yinfeng ran out with a pale face and whispered, oh no, Sister Qian she gave birth to a monster. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned at first. Sister Qian? But then he was even more stunned. A monster? It wasn't just Zhong Xiaohua. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked. They all asked, what monster? A big lotus. Qian gave birth to a big lotus. It's true, a big lotus. Ah. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lotus? Little Feng are you seeing things? Liu Kai stepped forward and held Li Yinfeng's hand. He asked anxiously. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. These two were so intimate. Could it be? Sure enough, Li Yinfeng's hand trembled. She couldn't finish the sentence and said, it's true, husband. I really saw it. Mother and Auntie Guo were so scared that they couldn't move. That lotus, it could open and close as if it was blooming. At this time, Li Yinfeng also saw Zhong Xiaohua. She shouted, Xiaolong, why don't you go in and take a look? Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her nose. She was very embarrassed. Sister-in-law was giving birth. How could she dare to go in? Seeing this, Mr. Liu didn't have time to explain. He said to Li Yinfeng, Little Feng you're brave. We can't go in. You should go in and take a look. Don't cause any big trouble. Li Yinfeng was a little puzzled. She looked at Zhong Xiaohua and nodded, okay, father. She was about to go in. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua saw through her divine sense that the door of the small house was shining with a golden light. It was as if something was about to come out. Zhong Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. She quickly took out the small sword and looked at the door nervously. Sure enough, when the golden light appeared in the small courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua saw her mother holding a big round ball and walking out. The ball was wrapped in a layer of flowing golden light. It was like flowing water that kept flowing. From time to time, it emitted a golden light that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. When Zhong Xiaohua looked with her eyes, she saw that the golden light was imitating the shape of a lotus flower. As the light radiated, it imitated the opening and closing of a lotus flower. At this time, Guo Sufei's face was pale. She bit her lips and her hands were trembling. Step by step, she slowly walked to the center of the small courtyard. Except for Zhong Xiaohua, who was still standing on the spot with the small sword in her hand, the others all took a few steps back in fear. Their faces were filled with nervousness and fear. Everyone's retreat naturally made Zhong Xiaohua stand out. Although Guo Sufei's eyes were blurred and frightened, when she saw Zhong Xiaohua, she was pleasantly surprised. She called out, "Xiaohua?" Although her voice was low, Zhong Xiaohua heard it clearly. She replied with tears in her eyes, "Mother, I'm back." Guo Sufei nodded, hinting her to step back a bit. But Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Mother, it's okay." Then, she looked around and said, "Mother, put it on this stone table." Guo Sufei still shook her head, but her eyes were looking at the door of the small courtyard. How could Zhong Xiaohua not know her mother's intention? She walked straight over and said, "Mother, it's okay. Let me see." How could Guo Sufei let her get close? She took a few steps back and said with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, you stay away, stay away." Zhong Xiaohua stopped and said, "Mother, you've forgotten. That year, I was the one who saw that eldest sister-in-law was pregnant." Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhong Xiaohua continued, "Give this to me. I'll see what's going on." Guo Sufei asked, "Is it really okay?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. Mother, it's just my nephew or niece. What's there to be afraid of?" After saying that, she took a few steps forward and took the lotus from Guo Sufei's hand. Seeing this, Guo Sufei could only comply. But she still followed behind Zhong Xiaohua, feeling extremely worried. The lotus that the ball turned into was very similar. It also felt like a lotus in her hand. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the side of the stone table and placed the lotus on it. She looked at it with her eyes. It was just like a real lotus. She couldn't see any abnormalities. It was just that the lotus kept opening and closing, which made people feel strange. Zhong Xiaohua immediately released her divine sense and carefully observed the ball. As soon as she released her divine sense, Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. What kind of ball was this? This was clearly a mysterious array formed by countless golden talismans that looked like tadpoles. Those countless golden talismans seemed to be alive. They were colluding together and constantly rotating in the air like flowing water. When Zhong Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into one of the tadpole-like talismans, she was shocked to find that this talisman was also formed by countless talismans. Those tiny talismans were also like tadpoles, intertwined together. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This was far beyond her imagination. It was far beyond the array and prohibition that she knew. She could only vaguely feel that the entire ball array seemed to have existed since the beginning. It was not something that could be formed by human strength. It was also not something that could be broken by human strength. As for those tiny talismans, Zhong Xiaohua simply used his divine sense to know that the intricate structure of the talismans was millions of times more powerful than the array formation that she had obtained from Fire Dragon Immortal on the deserted island. Yes, perhaps even more. But this difference was not something that Zhong Xiaohua could understand. What should I do? The child is probably in this array. If I can't break this array, the child will not be able to come out. But this array, I think no one in the world can break it. What is going on? Sister-in-law only drank the spring water that was rich in vitality. I only gave her a small vitality stone. How could it give birth to such a strange thing? Moreover, it is protected by this innate array. That's right, the dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity in the morning, and the heavenly maiden scattering flowers just now, and even the sound of a musical instrument, they were all for this child, right? But since there was a natural phenomenon, the vine should have fallen when the melon ripened, and the vine should have fallen when the time was ripe. Thinking about this, Zhong Xiaohua turned to look at her mother who was standing beside her. Guo Sufei's expression seemed to have calmed down. Perhaps it was because she saw another son, or perhaps it was because she believed in her son's ability. When the others saw this, they all took a few steps forward. Other than Zhong Xiai and Mr. Liu who stood beside Zhong Xiaohua, the others still kept a distance. Zhong Xiaohua sighed. Just as she was about to tell her mother, the golden array happened to turn in a direction. Zhong Xiaohua inadvertently looked at it with her divine sense and could not help but be happy. There are many stories that have yet to be told. The interest of the faction is paramount. This is the rule of survival for every faction in the Jianghu. If there is a faction that selflessly helps the Misty School, that would be strange. -3. Chapter 373. In her divine sense, there was a narrow slit in the flawless, perfectly round and seamless array formed by golden tadpole-like talismans. A strange fragrance came out from that narrow slit. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. Her divine sense immediately probed into the slit. Only then did she discover that the array was only a thin layer, but inside this thin space, there were hundreds of millions of arrays made up of countless tadpole-like talismans. That array was actually made up of hundreds of millions of layers of arrays. However, Zhong Xiaohua was deeply aware that this array was definitely not as simple as adding one layer after another. Inside the spherical array, there was dense purple qi, and inside the purple qi was a chubby male baby. His eyes and mouth were tightly closed, and he had a solemn look. Zhong Xiaohua didn't have time to think about other things for the time being. She first raised her head and said to Guo Sufei with a smile, "Mother, congratulations, it's a boy. But wait a moment, I'll see how to get him out." Guo Sufei was overjoyed. The fear in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of ecstasy. The people around were also happy and wanted to look forward. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Mother, you and father should all step back. I don't want any accidents to happen. I want to take a careful look first and think of a good idea." Guo Sufei quickly nodded and stepped back with the others, keeping a certain distance. When the others were far away, Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at the mysterious innate array again. The slit of the sphere seemed to be natural, and the tadpole-like talismans beside the slit seemed to have no connection at all. However, Zhong Xiaohua knew that the slit was definitely not there originally. The original array must be perfectly round without any slit, and the slit must be the inevitable result of the array's operation to a certain stage. Zhong Xiaohua touched her chin with her hand and pondered. She thought that her little nephew was definitely not born at full term. Looking at the size of the slit, it was much earlier. If he was born at full term, he would definitely be in human form, and not a fetus protected by the array. Alas, it had been 5 years, and it was just a small slit. If he was born at full term, who knew how many years it would take? Fortunately, there was a little clue and a direction to break through, so Zhong Xiaohua carefully observed the tadpoles on both sides of the slit. The flowing tadpoles seemed to show signs of separation, but there was a faintly discernible force that firmly bound them together. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She continued to look in the direction of the slit. As expected, in the array of the sphere, along the slit, the energy of the array was obviously weaker than the surrounding energy. Zhong Xiaohua naturally understood that this was where the array would be divided into 2 halves. Only by starting from here could the array be divided into 2 halves. However, did Zhong Xiaohua have the ability to do so? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua tightened his grip on the small sword. He knew that at this moment, only his small sword could help him. However, it was hard to say if it would be effective. After all, he had only used the small sword to break through ordinary restrictions and arrays, such as the small box that contained the Carefree Heart Sutra, and the cave that was sealed by Fire Dragon Venerable. However, He had no confidence in breaking through this array. Zhong Xiaohua held the small sword with his left hand and wanted to take out the vitality stones from his pocket. However, he laughed bitterly in his heart. Previously, when he used the small sword with his left hand, the energy used by the small sword did not seem to be the vital energy in his meridians. Even if he took out the crouching ox stone from his money bag, it would probably be useless. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua hesitated. However, just in case, Zhong Xiaohua still took out a piece and placed it in his hand. Then, he used his divine sense to lock onto the slit and raised the small sword in his hand slightly. At this moment, he heard Guosufei's surprised voice. "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhong Xiaohua could only turn around and explain, "Mother, the child is in this sphere. I have to cut it open." "Sphere? Isn't this a big lotus flower?" "Oh, yes, Mother. You have to cut open the lotus seed pod of this lotus flower. But, Xiaohua, you won't hurt the child inside, right?" Yes, Guosufei had not seen her little grandson yet. How could she let Zhong Xiaohua use this small dagger-like thing to harm her little grandson? Even the lotus flower outside would not be able to do so. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mother. I definitely won't. I'm confident. That's for sure. There won't be any problems. I don't know what the dense purple chi in the sphere array is, but it seems to have some incredible vitality. As long as I have the protection of the purple chi, I won't be hurt by the sphere array. How can I hurt the child inside?" Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, all right. However, Xiaohua, you must be careful. You must not hurt the child. Millimeter, especially the child's penis. What tilde Zhong Xiaohua almost fell over. However, it was understandable. Things that could carry on the family line were naturally very precious. Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath and slowly raised her left hand again. At this time, another person spoke. It was Zhong Cai. He said, "Xiaohua." "Ah, what's wrong, father?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. "That, you must be careful. Especially the last thing your mother said just now." Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. She smiled and said, "I know, father. I know what to do." Then, he looked around again. Everyone looked at each other and quietly waited for instructions. When no one spoke, he said, "Then I'll start." Zhong Xiaohua turned around again. She stretched out her left hand and raised the small sword. She used her divine sense to firmly lock onto the crack on the round ball. When the crack rotated to the top, Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath. Her left hand moved like lightning and directly cut towards the bottom of the crack. Sure enough, as Zhong Xiaohua used the sword in her left hand, an inexplicable heat flow appeared somewhere on her left arm. It flowed along the small sword's arm and along the small sword's arm. When the small sword pierced into the crack, the heat flow also reached the small sword in time. There was no strong reaction, nor was there any glaring brilliance. When the small sword and the tadpole talisman came in contact, it immediately produced an incomparably huge suction force. It sucked away all the heat flow on Zhong Xiaohua's left arm. At the same time, the tadpoles that had absorbed the energy seemed to have eaten something full. They swam to the sides, and the crack naturally stretched down a little. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. However, this nameless heat flow was not controlled by him, so he could not activate it. Fortunately, the heat flow in his left arm did not. Instead, it was produced from somewhere and continued to travel up his arm. Therefore, as the heat flow in his left arm continued to enter, the crack also became longer and longer. If there was enough heat flow in Zhong Xiaohua's body, the crack would be completely pulled open sooner or later. Unfortunately, even Zhong Xiaohua himself did not know how much heat flow there was. He could only slowly pray in his heart. Unfortunately, the heavens had always been against people's wishes. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua felt that the heat flow in his left arm was much smaller. He knew that things were not good. He hurriedly absorbed the vitality from the vitality stone in his right hand. However, when the vitality entered his body, it only filled his meridians and did not change the intensity of the heat flow in the slightest. What should I do now? The crack on the round ball formation is not big enough. I can't reach out and carry the child out. Just as he was thinking, there was no more heat flow in his left arm. The small sword could no longer cut it. However, at this moment, something abnormal happened. The purple gas in the round ball formation seemed to be attracted by something. It flowed along the tip of the small sword into Zhong Xiaohua's left arm. It also formed a warm flow. It followed another path up his left arm until it disappeared. After a moment, another warm flow was produced. It flowed from the original path to the small sword. The tadpole-like talisman was expelled by this warm flow. It was like boiling water pouring on snow, separating into two sides. Zhong Xiaohua was ecstatic. There was a lot of purple gas in the round ball. It had already formed a cycle with the warm flow in his left arm. Presumably, it would not be long before the crack was large enough. While cutting open the formation effortlessly, Zhong Xiaohua pondered. The purple gas must be the key to breaking the formation. However, to directly use the purple gas to break the formation, it would take a long time. This period of time might be the time when the baby was gestating in his sister-in-law's body. Now that the baby was born prematurely, with the purple gas alone, it might be possible to break the formation in a few decades. However, it was not in his sister-in-law's body. It was unknown whether it would harm the baby's growth. Now, the purple gas could be used to break the formation in a short period of time. It must be a special method. Again, she did not know whether it would harm the baby's growth. However, since things had come to this point, this was the only way. It was inconceivable to let the round formation of the lotus stay in the Zhong family's small courtyard in the Guozhuang house for several decades. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the crack was large enough. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to withdraw the small sword and carry her little nephew out of the formation. However, the formation seemed to have a strong suction force. No matter how hard Zhong Xiaohua tried, she could not pull it out at all. Left with no choice, Zhong Xiaohua could only continue to absorb the purple gas and use the warm flow to break open the round ball. In the eyes of Zhong Cai, Guo Sufei, and the rest, Zhong Xiaohua's inconspicuous small sword pierced into the lotus. The lotus stopped opening and closing and bloomed little by little. Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully, afraid that they would disturb Zhong Xiaohua's actions. As Zhong Xiaohua's small sword broke the formation, the lotus bloomed more and more. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire round ball was split into two. In everyone's eyes, the lotus bloomed completely. In an instant, the entire small courtyard was filled with a strange fragrance. At this moment, the baby in the purple gas suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were looking straight into Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. When their eyes met, Zhong Xiaohua instantly felt like she was being sucked into darkness. -3. Chapter 374. It was just absolute darkness. Not only was he unable to see, even his heart was a ball of darkness. However, in this place where there was no light, Zhong Xiaohua felt very safe. It was as if the surrounding darkness was filled with an extremely familiar yet absolutely unfamiliar existence. Zhong Xiaohua thought carefully. Wasn't this existence the heavenly Tao that he had sensed when he was in the state of the union of heaven and man in Songning Town and outside Pingyang City? Zhong Xiaohua wanted to move his hand, but he did not have any intuition. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to blink, but he did not have any intuition either. It was as if he was just a consciousness without any form. After an unknown period of time, an instant, perhaps 10,000 years, or even longer, Zhong Xiaohua did not seem to have any sense of time. At a point extremely far away or extremely near, there was a sudden change. First, it vibrated continuously, emitting a mysterious wave that instantly spread throughout the entire space. That point turned from endless darkness to transparency, then red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a wave that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple wave lasted for the longest time, and the wave was also the most intense. The entire space was actually filled with the same dense purple qi as the spherical array formation. Zhong Xiaohua was greatly shocked. What was going on? Why did he see something? Then, an even more puzzling change appeared. After the purple color passed, the entire space stopped vibrating. There was only silence for a moment. All the colors that were mentioned just now appeared at that point, and the entire space was filled with the 7 types of fluctuations. At this moment, that point suddenly lit up, and a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire space, and the chaotic fluctuations in the space changed into a more mysterious vibration at the same time. The sudden appearance of the light made Zhong Xiaohua a little dizzy. He subconsciously wanted to cover it with his hand, but before his feeling could reach his arm, there was a complete change at that point. That invisible point suddenly collapsed, and then like an explosion, it expanded infinitely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded Zhong Xiaohua's perception. The space that was just a single material was immediately filled with light and other inexplicable things. Where did this light come from? Zhong Xiaohua thought to herself. This state of chaos did not last for long. The heavenly Tao that Zhong Xiaohua was familiar with filled the entire space. In the blink of an eye, the space evolved into earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Endless matter and countless miracles were completed in an instant before Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. Following that, countless planets appeared. Each planet emitted boundless starlight. On these planets, life appeared. Some of these life forms lived in a daze, while others had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Zhong Xiaohua was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Even with his cultivation level of the 6th layer, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. What on earth was this? With his limited knowledge, he could only make a hazy guess. Was this life? However, he immediately thought of something. What was death? In the instant that he thought about it, the things in the space seemed to have passed through countless years. The fluctuations of the entire space slowly became chaotic. Countless planets shrank and collapsed, and then the entire space collapsed. After that, this collapse slowly shrank again, as if it was the reverse of the explosion and expansion just now. It shrank again into a small point, and the light also returned to this point. 7 colors flashed, and then it returned to endless darkness. Was this death? Zhong Xiaohua thought. However, before he could think further, his eyes lit up. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the small courtyard of the Guozhuang house. In front of him was still that newborn baby, whose bright eyes were staring at Zhong Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua felt that his spiritual sense could move freely again. He unconsciously released it, and it enveloped the entire stone table. On the stone table, the formation that had already been cut in half was closing up at a speed visible to his spiritual sense. As it closed up, the dense purple qi in the original sphere was also divided into 2 halves, each of which enveloped the baby. The faint purple qi that covered the baby's body also seemed to seep in, shrinking into the baby's skin. Zhong Xiaohua roughly scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but be shocked again. There were actually countless meridians in the baby's body, all of which were absorbing the purple qi outside the body. The meridians that he cultivated from the Carefree Heart Sutra were shockingly among them. At this moment, no matter how stupid Zhong Xiaohua was, he knew that a great opportunity was in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. At this moment, the baby's body also seemed to be transparent, as if there was no obstruction that blocked his spiritual sense. Zhong Xiaohua frantically memorized. In just a few breaths of time, the thin purple qi on the baby's body was completely absorbed. In an instant, the baby's meridians flickered a few times before disappearing. No matter how Zhong Xiaohua scanned, he found nothing. However, a faint smile appeared on Zhong Xiaohua's lips. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, the 2 halves of the formation on the stone table had already closed up, forming 2 spheres of the same size that emitted a golden brilliance. Just like the complete spherical formation from before, countless tadpole-like glyphs flowed with brilliant light. Just as Zhong Xiaohua's spiritual sense focused on the 2 spheres, the spheres seemed to sense something and suddenly flew up from the stone table, flying towards Zhong Xiaohua's forehead. However, just as they flew halfway, one of the spheres suddenly changed direction. With a turn, It directly entered the baby's forehead on the stone table. The remaining sphere didn't change at all. When it approached Zhong Xiaohua's forehead, it turned into a ray of golden light and shot into it. The golden light entered Zhong Xiaohua's forehead and went straight into the Niwen Palace of the Upper Dantian. In the Niwen Palace, the essence of elixir that Zhong Xiaohua had painstakingly cultivated was slowly rotating. The golden light rotated in the Niwen Palace and immediately covered the essence of elixir with a layer of golden light. However, the golden light didn't stay in the Niwen Palace for long. After leaving the Niwen Palace, it went straight to a mysterious place behind the head. Once it entered, there was no more sound. It wasn't the first time Zhong Xiaohua sensed that mysterious place. Back when he was on the deserted island, when the refining elixir heart with jade blood technique reached its end, Zhong Xiaohua's Niwen Palace was about to be scorched by the internal fire. However, after the golden light entered, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of it. Zhong Xiaohua sensed that the golden light entered a mysterious place behind the head and was very surprised. Before he could think about it, the baby on the stone table changed again. The golden light entered the Niwen Palace between the eyebrows. In an instant, the baby's body shone with golden light and a golden shadow stood up from the baby's body. It looked like an adult. The adult baby pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. There was a benevolent smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. What did this mean? When the shadow finished laughing, it first expanded and then rapidly shrank. It also entered the Niwen Palace between the eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the baby, in Zhong Xiaohua's mind, didn't have any abnormalities. It was the same as any ordinary person that he saw on a daily basis. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth. However, Zhong Xiaohua stood there in a daze. His mind didn't dare to relax for a moment. Today's encounter was really too magical. Everything was unimaginable. Perhaps, in the next moment, there would be a miracle that had never been seen before. Even if, now, this baby who was still sleeping soundly with his eyes closed immediately grew up and called him uncle with a smile, or could immediately fly into the sky, he would believe it without hesitation. However, at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly felt that someone was pulling his sleeve. Hey! Could it be the hand of Tian Dao? He felt a sweep of his divine sense. How was it the heavenly Dao? It was just his mother carefully tugging at him. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly retracted his mind and asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Guo Sufei was ecstatic and asked with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, is the child well? Can I hold him? This way, I don't want my good grandson to freeze. After all, it's still winter. This child who has just been born can't be frozen at all." Zhong Xiaohua was startled and turned his head to look. Of course, there was nothing on the stone table. There was only a white and fat naked baby sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. It made people feel pain and pity for him. Zhong Xiaohua thought to himself, "Mother, don't worry. Even if I freeze, your good grandson won't have the slightest problem." However, he still didn't feel at ease and asked, "Mother, what did you see just now?" "What did I see?" Guo Sufei was startled and immediately said proudly, "Xiaohua, you've really grown up. Where did you learn the sword? It's so powerful that you could split the lotus with just one strike. It's really much more powerful than Butcher Liu's butcher's knife. Ian, you just stood there without moving after splitting the lotus. We didn't dare to disturb you, but isn't the child still young? He can't catch a cold. Look, can I carry him back to the house?" From what his mother said, from the time he split the lotus to her pulling his sleeve, it was only a very short period of time. However, in this very short period of time, he encountered something that others would never be able to understand in their entire life. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the small sword in his left hand and smiled bitterly. He put it in his arms and said, "Of course you can. Mother, quickly carry the child back to the house." When Guo Sufei heard this, she was overjoyed. She hurried forward and carefully held the baby in her arms. However, the moment the baby touched Guo Sufei, he immediately opened his mouth and cried loudly. The cry was very loud and clear, echoing throughout the small courtyard. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded, "Ah? Mother, The child has been born. Is Qianqian okay? Zhong Xiaohua turned around and saw that the door of the small courtyard had just been pushed open. A young man who was as tall as him was running towards the direction of the crying baby with a face full of surprise. That young and thin face looked 80% similar to Zhong Xiaohua's. Wasn't he Zhong Xiaohua's eldest brother, Zhong Xiaolong? Behind Zhong Xiaolong was an old woman with a depressed face. There was no need to look. Just by looking at her, one could tell that this was a midwife who didn't make it in time. -3. Chapter 375. Hearing the child's cries, Zhong Xiaolong rushed into the small courtyard. Ignoring the people in the courtyard, he ran straight to his mother's side and looked at his child with concern. When he saw the child, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Mother, why didn't you wrap the child in a quilt when you took him out? It's so cold. Won't the child freeze?" Guo Sufei smiled bitterly and was about to say something when the depressed midwife who had rushed over from behind revealed a happy expression. She said in an exaggerated tone, "Ayo, look at you. You don't have any experience at all. In such a cold day, you actually carried the child out without a blanket. Based on my experience, this child will definitely be in constant pain in the future. Quick, give it to me and let me see." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaolong's face was also full of worry. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at his mother, he swallowed his words back. The midwife walked forward and was about to take the baby. Just as she reached out, she immediately retracted her hand in shock and shouted, "Oh, why is this baby like this?" Zhong Xiaolong was stunned. He carefully looked at the child in front of him, but he couldn't see any abnormalities. Zhong Xiaohua was also puzzled. Could it be that the midwife could see some clues? But at this moment, even her divine sense couldn't detect any abnormalities. In the end, the midwife said in fear, "I've delivered babies my whole life. Newborn babies are all wrinkled like little old men. They're extremely ugly. It's only after they're a month old that they'll slowly grow white and plump. They're completely unlike your baby, who was born so beautiful. She's an Evildor, an Evildor." After saying that, she didn't even have time to say the reason she wanted to stay. She quickly turned around and ran away, leaving only Zhong Xiaolong behind. He opened his mouth and said, "Granny Li, you haven't received the money." But seeing the speed at which the old granny ran out of the small courtyard, he muttered to himself, "This old granny actually ran so fast. So it turns out that she was dawdling at home, taking a dump and peeing, and only saying that she couldn't walk. It was just to get more money from me." At this time, another figure that Zhong Xiaohua was very familiar with limped into the small courtyard. Wasn't that young Master Li Jinfeng? Li Jinfeng shouted, "Xiaolong, what's going on? Granny Li had brought the child out so quickly. Even so, you should at least leave some food for him. Wouldn't it be extremely rude to just let him go like this?" At this moment, Zhong Xiaolong had no time to explain to him. He hurriedly said to Guo Sufei, "Mother, quickly carry the child into the house. It's warm inside." Guo Sufei seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly ran into the house with the baby in her arms. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. She reached out and took out the small sword. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she slowly put it back into her clothes. She seemed to have made her own decision. Other people in the small courtyard, such as Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu, looked at what was happening in front of them as if they were watching a play. They had no chance to interrupt. When Guo Sufei carried the child into the house, they also seemed to wake up from a dream. Zhong Cai asked, "Xiaolong, what's going on now? Why did you take so long to invite Granny Li over?" When Zhong Xiaolong saw his father blaming him, he helplessly replied, "Father, when my own child was born, how could I not be anxious? Young Master Li and I had already arrived at Granny Li's house, but this old thing just kept dawdling. One moment she said her stomach hurt, the next moment she said her feet hurt. I gave her more money, but she still said we were all from the neighboring village, so I didn't need to be polite. I didn't know what she meant until I accidentally said the wrong amount of money, saying it was 3 coins. Li Jinfeng next to him also laughed, Uncle Zhong, don't blame Xiaolong. You see, when I fell from the donkey, Xiaolong didn't even bother to help me. He only pulled Granny Li and hurried on. Zhong Xiaolong asked apologetically, Young Master Li, I'm really sorry. How are your injuries? Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, It's fine, it's fine. No matter what, I'm still a rider. This is just a small accident. Zhong Cai wanted to speak again, but Mr. Liu next to him laughed and said, It's really a lucky hit. Old brother Zhong, Xiaolong's delay is really wonderful. If that Granny Li came in time, even if Xiao Hua came back in time, the strange phenomenon just now would be known by outsiders. Maybe, Ian, that's for sure. This Granny Li will definitely spread the news of the strange phenomenon just now. If this was known by outsiders, this child's life will be in big trouble. Everyone in the small courtyard suddenly understood. Only Zhong Xiaolong and Li Jinfeng were confused, asking, Strange phenomenon? What strange phenomenon? Immediately, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes widened, asking loudly, Xiao Hua? Father said Xiao Hua came back. Xiao Hua came back. Where is he? Because of Granny Li's disturbance, Zhong Cai and the others forgot to tell him that Zhong Xiaohua came back. Hearing his big brother's question, Zhong Xiaohua came out from behind Liu Kai, smiling and saying, Big brother, I'm here. Looking at this younger brother who suddenly came out from behind Liu Kai, facing a faint smile, his height is the same as his, and his face is very similar to his own, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes were moist, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, it's exactly this kind of feeling. Zhong Xiaolong took a few steps forward, stretching out his long arms, and hugged Zhong Xiaohua tightly in his arms, just like when he hugged him when he was young. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were also a bit hazy. Yes, father and big brother miss me. When father saw me, he only had scruples about his dignity, so he could only hold my hand and look at me carefully. He rarely hugs me in his arms. Big brother is the best, just like when he brought me up, he didn't hide his feelings. After hugging for a while, Zhong Xiaolong patted his younger brother's back and let him go. He looked up and down again, smiling, Xiaohua has also grown up, you're actually as tall as me. Zhong Xiaohua also smiled and said, Big brother, I'm a little taller than you. Then, he walked in front of Li Jinfeng, cupped his hands and said, Young Master Li, I trust you've been well since we last met. Li Jinfeng was even more excited, he quickly saluted and said, I've been well, I've been well, I've been well. I'm indebted to. Before he could finish, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Young Master Li is my first teacher, there's no need to be so polite. Li Jinfeng was also an open-minded person, he smiled and said, Great kindness can't be thanked with words, I'll thank you once today, I won't thank you again in the future. Finished speaking, he deeply saluted. Zhong Xiaohua also quickly returned the salute. Li Jinfeng got up and patted Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder, he said with a smile, In the past, I was able to touch your head, after not seeing you for a few years, I can only pat your shoulder. Ari, time is like water, there's no turning back, good, good. She didn't know what kind of emotions this guy was feeling, sad one moment and admiring the next. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Li Jinfeng, who was already a little shorter than her, and sighed in her heart. Back then, they had met by chance in the carriage, she never thought that the situation would be like this today. Meeting by chance could be very strange. At this moment, Li Yinfeng, who had been staring at Zhong Xiaohua, walked up with Liu Kai. When Zhong Xiaohua saw her coming, she quickly waved her hand and said, Big sister Li, oh, I should call you sister-in-law, but please don't salute me anymore. Uncle Li and brother Li have already thanked me just now, if you come over and thank me again later, I'll really blush. When Li Yinfeng heard this, her face turned a little red. Just as she was about to speak, Zhong Xiaohua interrupted and said, Moreover, sister-in-law, who asked my character to be so good? The heavens have seen that I've worked hard to save people and have repaid me handsomely. You don't have to be so courteous anymore. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua calling her sister-in-law, Li Yinfeng's face had already turned red. Until Zhong Xiaohua nagged for a long time and stopped when her mouth was dry, she then said, Zhong Xiaohua, I'm not thanking you this time. Ah! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. You should have said so earlier. Sigh, you've been too evasive for so long, You've hurt my reputation. Zhong Xiaohua's face was a little hot. Li Yinfeng looked at Liu Kai's expression and asked, seeing that you're back, I'm finally relieved. But, do you know where Xiaohu is? I heard from Big Brother that the Misty School had been destroyed and the Misty School outside Pingyang City had been taken over by another sect. But why hasn't there been any news from Xiaohu? Is he alive or? She couldn't finish the last word. Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately understood a little. Looking at Liu Kai's awkward expression, she understood everything. She secretly laughed in her heart and also felt a little sad. She could only sigh and said, Sister-in-law, I've also just returned and haven't returned to Ethereal Heights for 4 to 5 years. I really don't know the details of the Misty School. Although I went to Huanxi Heights a few days ago, I didn't get any useful news. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhong Cai asked nervously, Xiaohua, why did you go to Huanxi Heights for no reason? Are you looking for trouble? If that sect saw you, do you still want your life? Zhong Xiaohua was also stunned. The Righteous Alliance didn't know that she had killed their disciple. Why would they find trouble with her? But immediately, she understood that her father had misunderstood. She smiled and said, Father, don't worry, I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if I went to Ethereal Heights openly, no one would recognize me. Moreover, I'm only going to Huanxi Heights and it has nothing to do with the Misty School. Oh, I see. Zhong Cai seemed to understand and said, then you have to be careful and don't run around for no reason. At this moment, a trembling and shy voice sounded, that, Xiaohua, did you see? Qiu Tong. Ah. Zhong Xiaohua looked over in surprise. Of course, Li Jinfeng's pale face was slightly red and he was looking at her with his dry lips. -3. Chapter 376. Li Jinfeng had only seen Qiu Tong once at the Lotus Escort Agency. It had been more than 5 years. Could it be that he still could not forget her? Zhong Xiaohua was really not sure. Was this the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Li is still unmarried? However, he wasn't foolish enough to ask in front of his face right now. He only smiled and said, Big Brother is really an infatuated person. However, I don't know if you'll be happy or unhappy to hear this news. Li Jinfeng frowned and said, Xiaohua, regardless of whether Qiu Tong is dead or alive, you have to tell me honestly. I think I am fully prepared. Zhong Xiaohua said, Brother Li, why are you cursing Sister Qiu Tong so much? Look at my smile. Can I tell you the bad news? Then you mean, you saw Miss Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor? Li Jinfeng was a little ecstatic. Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother, calm down, calm down. You have to pay attention to your image. I only received news of Sister Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor. I did not see her. Is that so? Li Jinfeng was obviously a little disappointed. However, his eyes lit up again. He said, It's good that you have news, it's good that you have news. How is she now? Where is she now? She. He seemed to have some questions that he was too embarrassed to ask. Zhong Xiaohua said, Sister Qiu Tong is said to be fine. Her life is not in danger. However, she is not in Pingyang City. I don't know where she is and I don't know the details. Millimeter, I knew it. Li Jinfeng's face lit up. He said, she is only the manager of Huanxi Manor. She has nothing to do with the Misty School. How could she be in trouble for no reason? Looking at Li Jinfeng's reaction, old shopkeeper Li, who was standing a little far away, secretly sighed. His eyes turned away, as if he expected better from Li Jinfeng. That's right. Brother Zhong already has a grandson. What about me? He didn't even know where his daughter-in-law was. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this brat go to Pingyang City back then. I should have found him a child bride earlier. That was what old Li thought. Li Yinfeng didn't get any definite news about Zhong Xiaohu, so she still looked a little sad. Liu Kai walked up to her and reached out to hold her hand. Li Yinfeng turned her head and saw the concern in Liu Kai's eyes. She held Liu Kai's hand and nodded. Seeing that everyone was done with their questions, Zhong Xiaolong asked another question. Xiaohua, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send a message back? Father and mother were worried to death. They thought you. Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, it's not that I didn't want to send a message. It's that no one could send a message to me. Zhong Xiaolong was stunned and said, You were caught and sent to jail? Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, Big brother, do I have to go to that extent? It's a long story. Zhong Xiaohua was about to explain when Zhong Cai said, All right, Xiaohua, let's not talk about it. You must be tired from the journey. Go back to your room and rest. Also, Mr. Liu, Brother Li, we can't keep standing in this courtyard. Anyway, the child has been safely born. We're all relieved. Let the women be busy. Let's go back to the room and have some tea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, other than Zhong Xiaolong and Li Yinfeng who entered the room, everyone else followed Zhong Cai out of the small courtyard and prepared to go back to the original Zhong family's small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they found that it was unusually lively outside the courtyard door. Why do you think? A group of 7 or 8-year-old children in the Guozhuang house surrounded something that looked very similar to a mule. They were laughing and playing. A few bold ones held a piece of grass in their hands and waved it in front of the mule, trying to lure it. However, the mule just lowered its head and didn't look at them. The grass was even more disdainful. The children didn't see the arrogance in the mule's eyes. They only regretted that their tried and tested method had failed. The timid children stayed far away and only looked at it enviously. Sometimes, they were narrow-minded and even threw 1 or 2 small stones to tease it. In the distance, there were a few idle people in the village who looked at it from time to time. They seemed to have their own plans. Wasn't this mule Zhong Xiaohua's odd beast mount, Huan? This spirit beast really had a good nose. It smelled the entire way and found its way to the door. When he saw the strange thing in front of his door, Zhong Cai was also stunned. He looked at it in a fluster. Mr. Liu was first stunned, then confused. After that, he separated the group of urchins and looked at it from head to toe. He repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, Could this be the David that was written in the book? He smacked his lips a few times and raised his head to ask, Whose family's mule is this? Zhong Xiaohua smiled from behind and said, Mr. Liu, this is my mount. Seeing this, Mr. Liu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I'm going to faint. When I saw this strange thing, I forgot about you. Our Guozhuang house has always had very few people coming. Today, other than you, there shouldn't be any outsiders. Naturally, I thought of you first. That's right, is this animal an odd beast? Just as he finished speaking, Huan didn't agree. It hissed and bit Mr. Liu's clothes with its mouth. Mr. Liu was startled. Zhong Xiaohua patted Huan's head and said with a smile, Mr. Liu, it's an odd beast. I call it Huan. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's clear in its heart that if you call it Huan, it'll definitely be happy. Mr. Liu was even more surprised. Like a child, he called out in a low voice, Huan. Huan seemed to understand and hissed again. However, its head was raised high. Mr. Liu clapped his hands in wonder. Zhong Xiaohua led Huan and followed the crowd back to the Zhong family's small courtyard. She took the long sword from Huan's back and gently placed it by the wall of the small courtyard. Then, she also led Huan to the corner of the courtyard and let it do as it pleased. Zhong Xiaohua originally wanted to accompany her father. However, she was chased to the side room by Zhong Cai. She said that she was travel-worn and should rest more. However, Zhong Xiaohua had just broken the innate formation of the round ball and obtained too many things. It was also too inconceivable. He indeed needed to further organize and digest them. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua didn't insist. However, before she rested, she still went to the back of the room and stood in front of her grandmother's grave for a long time. She kowtowed a few times before returning to the courtyard. She walked to the room on the left and pushed the door open to enter. At this time, the original location of her grandmother's small room had been demolished and rebuilt. The area was much larger, but the furnishings and layout inside were also the same as before. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua felt extremely peaceful. She floated onto the Kang bed and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to meditate. In the small room, Zhong Xiaohua sat there quietly. He was as solemn as a mountain, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it usually was when he cultivated. To be honest, the birth of his little nephew had shocked him far too much. In the past, when he was still in the Guozhuang house, he felt that knowing martial arts was incomparably powerful. When he learned martial arts and discovered that he cultivated the path of immortality, he felt that the path of immortality was even more admirable. Then, when he reached the 6th layer, he felt that the legendary foundation establishment was incomparably mysterious. However, when he sensed the way of the heavens when he became one with the world, he felt that foundation establishment was nothing more than that. However, in such a short period of time in the eyes of everyone in the small courtyard today, the evolution of the way of the heavens in a single instant or 100 million years in his consciousness had given him a completely new understanding. 100 million years, these weren't just two words. When Zhong Xiaohua broke free from his consciousness and saw the people in the small courtyard under the sunlight, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Yes, he was no longer the Zhong Xiaohua from a moment ago. However, as a 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhong Xiaohua really didn't know what exactly was different. It was to the extent that the evolution of the way of the heavens had left a deep impression in his mind. His imprint of the way of the heavens that was as bright as the starry sky already had a past, present, and future, but he still couldn't directly obtain any benefits from it. It was as if he had banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold, but he couldn't find a bank to exchange them for money. If he had to blame something, he could only blame his cultivation for being too low. As a result, although Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of what he saw, he still carefully engraved it deeply into his memory. He didn't understand it now, but there would be a time when he would understand it. As long as he had banknotes, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding a place to spend them. Secondly, what shocked Zhong Xiaohua the most was the meridians in his little nephew's body that he saw when he absorbed the dense purple qi. Although Zhong Xiaohua hadn't cultivated the last 12 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, he still remembered all the meridians and cultivation techniques. All these meridians added together were only a drop in the ocean in the body of an infant. At that time, Zhong Xiaohua had only tried his best to memorize it. Now that he thought about it, a question surfaced in his mind. Is it because the meridians in little nephew's body are different from normal people's? Or is it because all normal people have this many meridians? It's just that no one has discovered it yet. But based on the fact that every layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra could open up new meridians, everyone should have this many meridians. As long as there was a suitable cultivation technique, all the meridians would be opened up. What kind of cultivation level would that be? Furthermore, from Zhong Xiaohua's memory, those complicated meridians were actually like the circular orbits of the heavenly Tao. No wonder some ancient people said, one person, one world. Could it be that this was the principle? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua's lips curled into a proud smile. That's right, how could he not smile? Although he didn't know the specific cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow actually peeked into the secrets of heaven and firmly recorded the countless meridians in his mind. He wouldn't forget it even in this lifetime. As long as he could find the cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow's immortal path really couldn't be estimated so easily. Then, he took stock of the dense purple qi. This thing could only be sensed and couldn't be measured. It was all sucked into that nameless place on his left arm, so who knew where it went? However, it was fine as long as there was a warm current when he wanted to use it. Presumably, his sister-in-law wouldn't give birth to a baby that would require him to take out his little sword. Zhong Xiaohua pondered silently in his heart, but he had long forgotten about the bracelet under his left sleeve. A wrist guard was more appropriate. There were faint characters on the surface of the wrist guard. -3. Chapter 377. Although Zhong Xiaohua had gained a lot, he realized that he did not understand the most time-consuming and energy-consuming part of the evolution of the heavenly Tao. His meridians that were as bright as stars did not respond to the cultivation method. He did not know the specific effects of the dense purple qi and did not know where it was hidden in his body. All that was left was the golden light formed by the innate formation. Thinking about the formation, Zhong Xiaohua was excited. Yes, ever since he obtained the immortal fire dragon's jade slip on restriction and formation on the deserted island, he had always been interested in it. During his daily practice, he would always find time to study it. Just now, when his divine sense scanned through one of the talismans, he felt that the essence of the formation was far more profound than what was recorded in the immortal fire dragon's records. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to understand it. Therefore, when the golden light with half of the dense purple qi shot into the back of his head, he did not panic. This was the same as the meridians and the dense purple qi. As long as it was in his body, there would be a day when he would be able to get it out. And what he wanted to check the most, which was also the most likely to be useful, was the thin layer of golden formation on the essence of herbalism in his Niwen palace. However, when Zhong Xiaohua was full of anticipation and nervousness as he immersed his divine sense into the essence of herbalism in his Niwen palace, he almost vomited blood. What do you think? The tiny essence of herbalism was surrounded by a thin layer of golden formation. This formation was made up of 365 golden tadpole-shaped talismans. Each tadpole was connected by a mysterious force. A total of 365 tadpoles were connected together, just like the complete version of the golden formation that he saw previously. It was airtight and difficult to penetrate. When Zhong Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into a single talisman, he did not have time to understand it. A sense of exhaustion surged into his brain, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Zhong Xiaohua, who withdrew his divine sense, was depressed for a while. What was this? I gave you a mountain of gold, but I did not give you the power to move it. The most hateful thing was that this mountain of gold was cast into a lump. Even if you wanted to take a piece of it, you would not be able to do so. Under such circumstances, how could Zhong Xiaohua not vomit blood? As it turned out, after being busy for so long, it was all for something that was out of his reach. Draw a picture, draw a picture. Zhong Xiaohua muttered to herself, looking around in self-pity. However, after calming down for a while, Zhong Xiaohua also felt relieved. The cultivation of the immortal Tao paid the most attention to being down to earth. If one blindly took shortcuts and did not have a solid foundation, one would pay a painful price sooner or later. Take his state of mind as an example. He originally thought that repaying kindness and enmity quickly and killing decisively was a clear path. However, the death of the innocent cat caused him to feel uneasy. If he blindly killed anyone he saw, it was inevitable that he would fall into his own inner demons in the future. Although this kind of tempering was not cultivation, it was better than cultivation. With this roundabout way, the foundation of his state of mind was much more solid. It was the proper way to cultivate the path of immortality. Now that he thought about it, being able to rescue his little nephew from the golden ball was perhaps his greatest gain. Thinking of her cute, chubby little nephew, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. However, who did this kid look like? Why couldn't she tell? After thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua calmed down and started to comprehend Fire Dragon Zhenren's Tao of Arrays. Of course, with a mountain of gold in front of her, she had to train her qi first. In fact, Zhong Xiaohua had been calculating for a long time. Just when she thought that she had gained nothing, she had neglected the part that she had gained the most from. Of course, Zhong Xiaohua did not understand all of this. It was basically playing the lute to a cow. However, as a bystander, watching coldly for hundreds of millions of years was not something that anyone could experience. It was very important for the cultivation of one's Tao heart. From then on, Zhong Xiaohua's immortal Tao heart was incomparably firm. To a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this was the greatest gain. Furthermore, these hundreds of millions of years seemed to have passed in an instant. It did not leave any marks in her heart. If Zhong Xiaohua knew about this, He would be laughing in his dreams for the rest of his life. It was a pity that Zhong Xiaohua was destined to have no dreams. There was only a mysterious twinkle in her eyes. He had no chance to laugh even if he wanted to. Today, Zhong Xiaohua was no longer a beginner in cultivation. For example, the first time he cultivated beside the farm in the Guozhuang house, he cultivated for 9 days and 9 nights. After he had comprehended the prohibition spell for a while, he opened his eyes and looked out of the window. As expected, the sun was setting. Immortal cultivation had no time. Zhong Xiaohua was very emotional. This little bit of comprehension would make a day pass. Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the house and saw a strange scene. The snow in the clean courtyard had been cleared. Everyone was surrounding the corner and no one noticed her appearance. Looking at the corner, wasn't it where the odd creature Huan was? Zhong Xiaohua walked over. Li Yinfeng, who was standing outside, heard the footsteps and turned around. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Xiaohua, did you sleep well?" "No way, sister-in-law." In the morning, you were still calling Zhong Xiaohua. In the afternoon, you're acting like a sister-in-law and only call me Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua's face was filled with righteous indignation. Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "This Brother Kai said that I don't have to be polite with you. How about I call you benefactor?" At the end of her words, a trace of cunning flashed through Li Yinfeng's eyes. Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't, sister-in-law. I'm just joking with you. If you call me Xiaohua, I'll be very happy to hear it. Don't go back to that. By the way, how are my sister-in-law and the child?" Li Yinfeng also smiled and said, "Haha, Xiaohua, I'm just joking too. Qianqian is very good. She seems to have recovered very well. I think she can walk tomorrow. The child is also very good." "Yes, very good. When he entered the room in the morning, he cried and drank milk. After eating, he fell asleep. He might not even wake up now. Auntie Guo and my mother are over there. You don't have to worry." "Oh, I see. Giving birth to a child is really tiring work. She can't walk for a day." "Yes, from what you said, this is still good. Could it be that her body is so weak that she can't walk for 3 or 4 days? Being a mother is really hard. Poor thing." Li Yinfeng's face turned red again. Zhong Xiaohua looked and felt very strange. This Miss Li, oh no, this sister-in-law, why is she so shy? When the people at the side saw Zhong Xiaohua coming over, they all smiled and turned around. When they heard what she said, they all laughed. Only Mr. Liu said, "Xiaohua, where did you get this Davids from?" According to the ancient books, some of the most famous immortals in the ancient times rode on the David's deer. Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Mr. Liu, I've only heard about it. My David's deer was given to me by a kid named Xiaohua." "Hey, she's also called Xiaohua?" Everyone in the courtyard was interested. Seeing that they were eager to hear the story, Zhong Xiaohua said, "Father, Mr. Liu, Uncle Li, let's wait for Mother and the others to come and I'll tell them together. This story is quite long. I can't tell it twice, right?" Zhong Cai laughed and said, "You little brat, you're actually keeping your father in suspense. Well, after dinner, we'll light up the lamp and tell you." At this time, Zhong Xiaohua saw that everyone was looking at Huan. In front of the David's deer, there was a huge bathtub full of water. Huan was stretching her neck and drinking. Zhong Xiaohua frowned slightly. This David's deer had been in his hands for a long time, but he had never seen it drink like this. When he swept it with his divine sense, he immediately understood. Wasn't this the spring water that his family drank? Could it be that this David's deer actually liked things that were rich in vitality? Oh, no wonder in Songning town, this thing came to me as soon as it saw me. So it was because it smelled vitality. Hihi, I thought I had a good character. A shake of my tiger body attracted spiritual beasts to me. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "It can only drink water there. If it doesn't eat grass, it will starve to death." After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Nai Chenyu had said that the David's deer liked to eat grass with dew. Thus, he patted Huan's head and poured out the basket of grass. He took away the bathtub with one hand and poured some water on the grass, saying, "Eat the grass, or I won't let you drink the water." The David's deer felt extremely wronged. It hissed on the ground and obediently ate the grass. It looked at Zhong Xiaohua anxiously as she threw the bathtub aside. Zhong Cai looked at his son and said, "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, very well. Father, I haven't slept on the kang at home for a long time. It really smells good." "That's good. I was afraid that you would be used to it and couldn't sleep when you came back. In the future, you can sleep in that room." Zhong Xiaohua frowned. What did father mean? Could it be? Then, Zhong Cai said, "Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's invite Mr. Liu and your Uncle Li into the room and look at the mule." "Oh, the David's deer has been drinking water for a long time. I'm also thirsty. Let's go in and have tea. You must have walked all the way and are already hungry and thirsty. Drink some water first. Your mother has been serving her grandson all day and left her son aside. Let's go and have a meal." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, "It's okay, father. When I came back, I had already eaten and drunk in Lu Town. I don't feel hungry now. Let's go in and have tea first. We can cook after mother and the others are done. There's no hurry." -3. Chapter 378. Although Zhong Xiaohua said there was no hurry, how could Zhong Cai bear to let his son, who had just come back from a life-and-death situation, starve? Before she drank a few mouthfuls of tea, Guo Sufei and Li Jinfeng's mother came back from the side. When Auntie Li saw Zhong Xiaohua, she thanked her again. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. She just did a good deed and was thanked 3 or 4 times in a row. Thinking about it, she blushed with shame. Li Yinfeng was sent to the small courtyard next door to take care of the children. The 2 elders were busy in the kitchen. At this time, the Zhong family was no longer the poor Zhong family 5 years ago. Because of the arrival of Liu Kai and his wife and Li Jinfeng's family of 4, the Zhong family had already prepared enough ingredients. Before the sky was completely dark, they had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. The bright central room, the huge table, and the hustle and bustle of the house made Zhong Xiaohua feel a little strange, but she also felt very warm. Time can change a lot, but it can't change family and friendship. The only thing that made Zhong Xiaohua jealous was that her mother only hurriedly put the red braised pork in front of her and watched her eat the biggest piece. Then she wiped the tears in her eyes and went to take care of her little grandson who had just been born. Alas, it seems that the focus of this family has shifted from me to that little guy. Zhong Xiaohua thought in loneliness. Although Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li also had to go next door to take care of the children, they were guests after all. Zhong Cai insisted that they eat here first. Not long after, Zhong Xiaolong also came. Although the central room was big, it was still crowded. Liu Kai said with a smile, "Xiaohua, we originally planned to go to my father's backyard to eat, but in order to welcome you, we have to suffer. Later, you have to drink 2 more cups." Zhong Xiaohua didn't speak. Zhong Cai next to her said, "Xiaohua is still a child. Why drink wine? Liu Kai, you can drink more." Zhong Xiaolong said with a smile, "Dad, our Xiaohua is no longer a child. Don't you see that she is taller than me? Counting her age, she is already 18 years old. She is still in the prime of her youth." Zhong Cai was speechless for a while. Mr. Liu advised, "Old brother Zhong, it's your family's fortune for the child to come back safely after growing up. Don't think too much about it. Tonight, you must have a good time, a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's drink. Anyway, they will leave our protection. Even if you worry, they may not be grateful." Zhong Cai also wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a smile. The wine was brewed by the Zhong family using spring water and their own crops. There was a slight vitality in drinking it. However, the spiciness was not something that Zhong Xiaohua could handle. After drinking 1 cup, he didn't want to drink anymore. He only took tea to deal with it. Everyone knew that it was his first time drinking wine, so they didn't try to persuade him. After all, even if Zhong Xiaohua didn't know the quality of the wine, it couldn't be said that everyone present who had drunk wine before didn't know the quality. If Zhong Xiaohua didn't drink, then others could drink more. Liu Kai had drunk it before, so he wasn't surprised. This was the first time the Li family had drunk this kind of wine. Although it didn't have the mellow fragrance of fine wine, it had a unique flavor in the mouth. Even Auntie Li drank a few cups. During the meal, everyone was happy and tipsy. Although Zhong Xiaohua hadn't eaten for a long time, he ate a lot with Zhong Xiaolong. Zhong Xiaolong also kept picking food and meat for him, scolding him for eating so little and being so thin. Zhong Xiaohua didn't explain and ate everything that his elder brother picked for him. Only then did Zhong Xiaolong feel happy. When Auntie Li was almost done eating, she went to replace Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng. Zhong Xiaohua also quickly got up. The smell of wine was really unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong also followed. It was said that in many places, pregnant women wouldn't see outsiders for a few days after giving birth. However, Zhong Xiaohua was her husband's brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Guozhuang House didn't have too many rules. Moreover, if it wasn't for this little brat, her son might not have been born smoothly. Liu Qian, who was still lying in bed, naturally didn't care about anything. Under the dim light, Liu Qian was stunned when she saw Zhong Xiaohua at first glance. Although Zhong Xiaolong had told her about the changes of Zhong Xiaohua earlier, Liu Qian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw him. Was this still the child who cried in her arms that year? After Zhong Xiaohua bowed deeply, he carefully observed his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for many years. Liu Qian didn't change much from 5 years ago. She was slightly plump, and her eyebrows were full of the demeanor of a mature woman. Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She didn't look weak at all. Seeing Zhong Xiaolong go to the side to take care of the child, Liu Qian smiled and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up. Your elder brother has already told me about what happened today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your skills have improved a lot. I still have to thank you." Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, the word thank you is very distant. The child is my little nephew. If I don't do something, who will? Besides, when I went home earlier, I saw that he was just pregnant. Now that I've just returned home, I saw that he was born. This shows that this child and I are destined to be together." Yes. Liu Qian was quite emotional. When she saw that Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li were not paying attention, she whispered, "The small stone you gave me suddenly broke into pieces yesterday and turned into powder. This child was tossing and turning in my stomach and came out today." "Oh," Zhong Xiaohua said thoughtfully, "I see." At this time, they heard the baby crying on the kang next to them. Didn't the little guy wake up? Zhong Xiaolong was about to pick him up, but he was pushed aside by Guo Sufei and said, "The child has just been born. His body is still very weak. He can't withstand the rough hands of you men. You stay aside." When Zhong Xiaolong heard this, he just stayed aside and smiled foolishly. "Perhaps he wants to drink milk." "Mother, carry the child over," Liu Qian said softly. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she wanted to leave. However, when she walked past the baby, the white and fat baby's eyes saw Zhong Xiaohua. He stopped crying and stretched out his chubby little hands with difficulty, indicating that he wanted to be carried. Guo Sufei was stunned and said, "Didn't you say that the child can't see anything before 6 months? How can he recognize Xiaohua?" Xiaolong was beside him just now, but he didn't even open his eyes. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the cute little baby, but she turned her body sideways and prepared to leave. Of course, the child's father didn't even let her carry him. Why should she join in the fun? Of course, Guo Sufei had no intention of letting Zhong Xiaohua carry him. She also stopped in her tracks and walked towards Liu Qian. However, the baby refused to accept it. He opened his mouth and cried. Guo Sufei didn't understand. She only thought that the child was hungry and carried him to Liu Qian. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the door and was about to leave when she heard Liu Qian call out, "Xiaohua, wait a moment." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. Sister-in-law was feeding him milk. Why did she ask him to wait? However, when he heard the rustling of clothes, he didn't dare to turn around. However, the baby's cries didn't stop, and he didn't hear the baby drinking milk. After a while, he heard Liu Qian say, "Xiaohua, it seems that this child is really fated to be with you. Carry him." "What?" Guo Sufei called out. "Xiaohua hasn't carried a child before. If he falls or gets hurt, it won't be good. Mother, look at the child. He doesn't drink milk at all. His 2 hands and feet are messing around. That's his obedient appearance from before. It must be because he saw Xiaohua just now." This. Guo Sufei didn't know what to say. Zhong Xiaolong said at the side, "Maybe he wants to smell his father's scent. Come, let father carry him." Sigh, this guy wanted to carry him just now, but he was stopped by his mother. Now, he took the opportunity to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his son didn't give him any face at all. Just as he carried him in his arms, his butt stuck out. Zhong Xiaolong's chest became hot. It was the child's urine. Zhong Xiaohua's face bloomed. Seeing that his son was still crying, Zhong Xiaolong called out, "Xiaohua, come over quickly. Quickly carry your little nephew." Zhong Xiaohua turned around helplessly and stole a glance. Her sister-in-law had already tidied up her clothes. Only then did she walk over slowly. Sure enough, as Zhong Xiaohua walked over, the baby's crying lessened. His round, sparkling eyes looked at her quietly. Zhong Xiaohua was helpless. She stretched out her hands as if she wanted to hold something. Zhong Xiaolong didn't care so much. He reached out and put the child in her hands. Then, he turned around and looked for clothes to change. Zhong Xiaohua's 2 hands, and her whole body, were extremely stiff. She held the baby and didn't dare to move. Yes, her hands were tens of thousands of pounds of strength. If she accidentally touched some parts of the child's body, it would be terrible. The baby was very relaxed in Zhong Xiaohua's arms. His small mouth was open and he laughed, revealing his toothless gums. It was quite cute. Zhong Xiaohua complained in her heart. She usually looked at the baby with a cute smile. Why did it feel so uncomfortable to carry him? She didn't dare to move. It was 100 times worse than fighting with others. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Mother, come and save me. Take him away." But Guo Sufei just smiled and tidied up the diapers on the Kang bed. Liu Qian said, "Since the child likes you so much, you should carry him more. In the future, he will learn martial arts from you. Now, you should cultivate your feelings." Zhong Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. But the baby was very happy. His 2 hands made threatening gestures. One of his chubby little hands reached into Zhong Xiaohua's arms as if he had caught something. His laughter became louder. When he took his hand out of her arms, it was the small vitality stone that Zhong Xiaohua used for cultivation. The baby seemed to have gotten the best toy. One of his little hands kept moving, while the thumb of his other little hand reached into his little mouth and sucked on it with relish. At this time, Guo Sufei also finished tidying up the things. Seeing that the baby was no longer crying, she smiled and said, "It seems that he is really fated to be with his uncle. In the future, we don't need to find someone to take care of the baby. Just leave it to Xiaohua." After saying that, she took the baby and handed it to Liu Qian. She said, Qian, take care of him for a while." Then she said to Aunt Li, "I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him for a while." Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was about to leave again, the baby was unwilling. He took out another hand that was full of saliva from his mouth and reached out to Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua's heart moved. She took out another small vitality stone from her arms and stuffed it into the baby's hand. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Alas, Zhong Xiaohua sighed in her heart. He was so young, but he had the potential to be greedy. -3. Chapter 379. After the meal, Guo Sufei was not in a hurry to go to Liu Qian. She had not seen her son since he came back in the morning. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to see more and ask more questions. The others were also sitting in the chairs, drinking tea leisurely and waiting for the story to start. Yes, The Guozhuang house was not well informed. Even Lu Zhen was not that good. Zhong Xiaohua disappeared for 4 to 5 years. What happened must be unusual. Now that he came back safe and sound, everyone's worries were gone. Naturally, they wanted to know the details. Well, let's just treat it as a story. Guo Sufei was still sitting next to her son. Although Zhong Xiaohua was taller than her, in her eyes, there was not much difference between him and the little grandson in her arms. Seeing that everyone in the living room was serious, Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and told them everything that happened after he broke up with his second brother, Zhong Xiaohu. Of course, he still talked about the spring and autumn annals. He ignored the way of the immortals and only talked about the secret books of the Wulin seniors. However, when he talked about the way back, Zhong Xiaohua hesitated and deliberately skipped the matter of Nai Qianyu. He was afraid that his family would be worried if they heard that there were people from Jianghu chasing after him. In the past 5 years, Zhong Xiaohua had indeed experienced many twists and turns. He had been on the brink of death several times. When she heard that her son had been captured and wanted to be killed, that he had fallen into the sea and was almost eaten by the fishes, and that he had been living alone on a deserted island for 4 years, Guo Sufei's tears had long since fallen. She held her youngest son's hand tightly and refused to let go. She murmured, "Son, poor son. He can only eat sweet potatoes all day. He can't even eat braised pork. Just you wait, son. Mother will make more for you. Don't worry, son. You still have a lot of money from last time. From now on, Mother will make braised pork for you every day and raise you to be as tall and mighty as your brother. Son, from today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the Guozhuang house. Mother will watch over you every day." The others had thought that Zhong Xiaohua had only gone missing and that she might not encounter anything life-threatening now that she had returned. Therefore, they listened to the story with an appreciative heart. However, the story was so difficult and far exceeded their expectations. Their expressions became more and more serious until they heard that Zhong Xiaohua had met a child called Xiaohua Ji in Songning town and obtained the David's deer from him. Only then did they relax. They even laughed when they heard that Zhong Xiaohua had exchanged a large sack of copper coins for the David's deer. Guo Sufei blamed her son and said, "Xiaohua, that Xiaohua's family is so poor. Why didn't you leave more money for them?" When Zhong Cai heard this, he scolded, "Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. Didn't you see that Xiaohua didn't even dare to give them money and wanted to exchange it for copper coins for them to spend slowly? You gave them 5 taels of silver and they dared to spend it. Wouldn't they have been remembered by others?" Guo Sufei glared at him and said, "I'm short of knowledge. Humph, my sons are each stronger than the other." Zhong Cai also glared at her and said, "Aren't they my sons?" When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she hurriedly told them about her trip to Huanxi Mountain Villa. The 2 elders immediately became spirited. However, Zhong Xiaohua only said, "We don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Perhaps, he is at the headquarters of the fragrance cult." Alas! The 2 elders sighed at the same time. Perhaps they were still regretting in their hearts. Why did they let their 2 sons walk out of the Guozhuang house that year? As if she knew what her father and mother were thinking, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path. This is something that others can't interfere with. Since second brother and I have chosen this path, we will walk to the end without any regrets. Doesn't eldest brother also have his own path? Now that he has a child, the child also has his own path. Perhaps his path is different from ours. There are many paths in this world. It only depends on which path you want to take. Perhaps it is your own choice. Perhaps it is God's arrangement. Don't mother and father also have their own paths?" Zhong Xiaohua's words were very profound, but they were easy to understand. Mr. Liu, Liu Kai, and Li Jinfeng all showed a surprised expression. However, Zhong Cai, Guo Sufei, and Zhong Xiaolong were thoughtful. Zhong Xiaohua's experience in the past 5 years was very long, and the story was also very long. Looking at the sky, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, let's stop here for tonight. It's already late, and I think I'll fall asleep soon." "Xiaohua, are you still sleeping well?" Is it the same even on a deserted island? Guosufei asked with concern. Yes, mother. I always go to bed on time. Hihi, that's good. Being able to sleep and eat is a good body. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, I am not that. You don't have to describe your handsome son like that. Ha ha. Guosufei covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous gloominess was swept away. Guosufei only needed to tidy up a little before letting Zhong Xiaohua go. Young Master Li Jinfeng, insisted on sleeping on the same bed as Zhong Xiaohua so that they could have a long conversation. How could Zhong Xiaohua be willing? She pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. She thought to herself, isn't he just trying to find out more about Qiu Tong? I don't have her here either. He'll definitely bother me tonight. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhong Xiaohua went to the bamboo forest behind the courtyard and practiced the Fist of the North Star. The 18 warm currents tempered her bones 18 times before she stopped. Then, she went to visit her grandmother's grave. When the sky was bright, she returned to the courtyard. Winter was the most relaxing season for farmers. Not to mention, it was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. Although it was already the 5th day, the atmosphere of the new year was still lingering. Early in the morning, Zhong Cai and Mr. Liu sat together and whispered. Yes, the child had already been born yesterday. He looked very healthy and lively. Although Granny Li's words were unpleasant, she made some sense. They understood their family's situation. Liu Qian gave birth after 5 years of pregnancy. Other than Zhong Cai, Guosufei, Mr. Liu, Zhong Xiaolong, Zhong Xiaohua, and Liu Qian herself, no one else could know. The Li family saw the child's strange condition when he was born. Liu Kai's family also saw it. If they were told, they would not leak it. Granny Li had already seen the child's different from other babies. Farmers' women were the most unrestrained. The news must have spread last night. The Zhong family could not cover it up, so there was no need to be calculative. But their family's life still had to be lived. The child also had to be raised like other children. Now, the most important thing to be on the agenda should be the child's name. This matter should have been considered yesterday. But didn't Zhong Xiaohua come back? No matter what, they had to show some concern for her, right? Although the focus was on the baby in the future, they also had to give Zhong Xiaohua some time to adapt. Early in the morning, the two grandfathers got together and started to chat while smoking. After breakfast, the sun was shining brightly outside and there was no wind. Zhong Xiaolong moved the table out of the central room and placed a tea set in the small courtyard. As usual, the woman went to Liu Qian's place to take care of the mother and daughter while imparting her parenting experience. Old shopkeeper Li and Li Jinfeng, who were sitting at the table, were surprised when they heard that they were going to name the child today. After all, in their impression, the child should only be given a full name after 1 month. Now, they could only give a nickname. However, after Li Jinfeng and the others listened to Mr. Liu's explanation, they realized that every place had its own customs. Lu Town was only a short distance away from the Guozhuang house. In terms of naming the child, there was a lot of difference. Not to mention that the 3 elders were discussing there, Zhong Xiaohua pulled Liu Kai and whispered. Even Zhong Xiaolong, the father, had no right to speak on this matter. How could he, the uncle, say anything? Zhong Xiaohua whispered, Brother Kai, how did you and sister-in-law know each other? You are in Balagu, and sister-in-law is in Lu Town. You are not related at all. When Liu Kai heard this, his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhong Xiaolong for help. When Zhong Xiaolong saw this, he wanted to ignore it. However, this was his brother-in-law. If he did not want to be kicked out of bed by Liu Qian, he could only extend a friendly hand. Zhong Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to narrate the story of their marriage in detail. Speaking of which, the two were really fated. After Zhong Xiaohua rescued Li Yinfeng, Zhong Xiaohu rode back to Lu Town with the 3 of them. After waiting for Zhong Xiaohua for a long time, they immediately went back to Lu Town and never entered the Li family again. At that time, the Li family was in a panic and forgot to ask for Zhong Xiaohu's address. It was only when Li Jinfeng returned home that he found out about this matter. He personally brought his family to Guozhuang House to thank them. At that time, Zhong Xiaohu had already left home and returned to Pingyang City. There was no news of Zhong Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei was worried about her son and was sick in bed. Seeing this situation, Li Yinfeng, who came with the intention of marrying Zhong Xiaohua, naturally stayed to take care of Guo Sufei. When Li Yinfeng was disheartened in the forest that day, she was rescued by Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu. She was very grateful to them. When she was rescued again at Shitsue Mountain and returned with Zhong Xiaohu on the same horse, it could be said that they were very close and love was planted in her heart. Oh, that day, she was even more grateful to Zhong Xiaohua. However, wasn't Zhong Xiaohua too young? The story of Li Yinfeng and Zhong Xiaohu was roughly the same as the marriage between Liu Qian and Zhong Xiaohu. If Zhong Xiaohu was at home, Li Yinfeng would probably become Zhong Xiaohua's second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. After Zhong Xiaohu left, Li Yinfeng stubbornly stayed in the Zhong family. She was even more stubborn than Liu Qian back then. At that time, Guo Sufei had already treated Li Yinfeng as her daughter-in-law. Later, when the Misty School was destroyed, Li Jinfeng, who was nearby in Pingyang City, received the news and hurried back to Lu Town. He passed the news to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei. -3. Chapter 380. This bad news seemed to have defeated the Zhong family, which had been immersed in the sorrow of Zhong Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei lay down again. Fortunately, at this time, Liu Qian's abdomen had slightly bulged. This third generation of the Zhong family was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the family at that time, and Li Yinfeng was facing an extremely awkward situation. She was not Zhong Xiaohu's wife, and even Zhong Xiaohu himself did not know. But now, in this situation, how could she leave? Moreover, she had lived in the Guozhuang house for a long time, and the people in the Guozhuang house all called her the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family. How could she marry again? Even if she could find a suitable person, how could she explain it to him? And just at this time, her destined son, Liu Kai, appeared. Liu Kai just came to visit the Zhong family with Liu Tufu, and was immediately attracted by the faint sadness between Li Yinfeng's brows. When he heard about Li Yinfeng's situation, he was very sympathetic and begged his sister to find an opportunity to express her magnanimity to the person. Liu Qian received this difficult task, and was very embarrassed. Li Yinfeng was a good girl, pure as ice and jade. She was naturally willing to be her sister-in-law, but after all, she was now using the name of Zhong Xiaolong's second brother's wife. Liu Qian could not tear down her husband's family. She could only discuss with Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaolong had no choice but to ask his mother. Guo Sufei was still sick, but she was not confused. Li Yinfeng had taken care of the Zhong family for a long time, and now there was no news of Zhong Xiaohu. Even if he was alive, they did not know when he would come back. Moreover, they did not know the meaning of Zhong Xiaohu's side, and did not know whether Zhong Xiaohu was willing, so Guo Sufei also agreed reasonably. But when Li Yinfeng heard this, she did not have any expression. Nonsense, she had stayed in the Zhong family for such a long time. You can change a girl's mind with just a few words, isn't it inappropriate for others to see it? Fortunately, Mr. Liu had a room in the Guozhuang house. Liu Kai lived there in the name of serving his father. Mr. Liu curled his lips. How could he not know his son's thoughts? Cursing was cursing, and supporting was supporting. Thus, Liu Kai had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Liu Kai was cultured and refined. He was a gentleman who studied and was quite similar to Li Jinfeng. Most women's first impression of their husbands would be based on their fathers and brothers. Liu Kai and Li Yinfeng had similar interests and were indeed more suitable than Zhong Xiaohu. Therefore, after a while, they fell in love with each other. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua laughed loudly, making Liu Kai's face turn red. Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Here, I thank Big Brother Kai on behalf of Second Brother." Liu Kai hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Why is that?" Zhong Xiaohua told him some of the things that happened between Zhong Xiaohu and Chang'e a few years ago and said, I think I can understand what happened to sister-in-law. Even if my second brother is here, he will have the same idea. We don't expect anything in return for saving people. What's more, she's young Master Li's relative. We can't just stand by and watch. If we make sister-in-law misunderstand us and waste her youth, we don't want to see that. Moreover, you see, my second brother already has a wife. Brother Kai can understand sister-in-law's pain and save her from danger, which is also a great help to my second brother. If I don't thank you, who should I thank? Hearing this, Liu Kai's face turned red. This was a huge knot in his heart. Now that it was solved by Zhong Xiaohua, how could he not feel relieved? He smiled and cupped his hands again, then ran out of the small courtyard. Alas, in Li Jinfeng's words, that speed was ungentlemanly. Not long after, Liu Kai came back with Li Yinfeng, whose face was red. The two of them saluted Zhong Xiaohua again, making Zhong Xiaohua at a loss. She didn't know what they were up to. Li Yinfeng said shyly, Xiaohua, if you can see Xiaohu, you have to tell him about my feelings. Liu Kai and I are at home praying that he and Chang'e can get married in the end. Get married in the end? Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Misty School was destroyed. Second brother and Chang Jian were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. It was hard to say if second brother could meet Chang Jian and build a relationship with her. However, Zhong Xiaohua still hurriedly returned the salute and said, I also congratulate you on behalf of second brother. I hope you can live in harmony and have a child soon. Li Yinfeng's face was even redder. While the younger generation was discussing love, the older generation was also concerned. However, love was the most complicated thing. If they interfered a little, there might be a lot of twists and turns. Zhong Cai also didn't understand Zhong Xiaohu's thoughts, so he didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when he heard Zhong Xiaohua say that his son already had someone he liked outside that he became both sad and happy. He was worried about his missing son. Now that they were talking, the atmosphere became more lively. The three old people's thoughts were basically the same. Zhong Cai shouted, Xiaolong, go and call your mother over. Also, the child, Mr. Liu hurriedly stopped him and said, it's better to let the in-laws come over. The child caught a cold outside yesterday. Today, before the full moon, it's better not to go out. Zhong Cai smiled and said, okay, then Xiaolong, call your mother over. After a while, Guo Sufei came back with a smile on her face. Although there was still no news of her second son, Zhong Xiaohu, the return of her missing youngest son and the birth of her long-awaited grandson gave her great comfort. Moreover, this little grandson was smarter than the other children in the village. How could Guo Sufei not be happy? Today was the day that his precious grandson would be named. For farmers, names were the first step into this world. The quality of a name directly determined the child's life. Thinking back to the names his father had given his three children, they were so wonderful. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Flower. Looking at his family's situation now, it was something that he had never dreamed of before. It was all thanks to his father's foresight that he had found such good names that reflected the spirit of a dragon horse. Waiting for Guo Sufei to sit down, Zhong Cai fiddled with his goatee, tapped his pipe and said, Brother Liu, why don't you say it? You are a knowledgeable person. Your sister-in-law trusts you very much. Mr. Liu waved his hand and said, Brother Zhong, don't laugh at me. This is the right of a brother. Others can't take it away. Guo Sufei also said, Father of the child, hurry up and say it. If it doesn't work, we can ask the in-laws to change it. Zhong Cai narrowed his eyes and said, The name I gave the child is called. Zhong Cai deliberately dragged out his voice, Zhong Jian. Jian, it means solid. It means that the child is as strong as a rock. In the future, he will also grow strong. Mr. Liu added, The child must also have a strong will and grow strong like a towering tree. Good. Everyone applauded. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The word strong reflected everyone's thoughts. Guo Sufei was also happy. She immediately wanted to stand up and tell Liu Qian the good news. However, Mr. Liu said, Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Guo Sufei was stunned and said, is there anything else? Since it's a name, why don't we name it together today? There's a name. Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhong Cai, Zhong Xiaolong, and Zhong Xiaohua were also stunned. Only Liu Kai and Li Jinfeng smiled and said, Mr. Liu really loves the house and its crow. Zhong Jian has just been born and you want to give him a courtesy name? Mr. Liu smiled and said, that's right. Since it's already been named, then it's better to give it to him. Later, sister-in-law, you still have to think of a nickname for the child. Courtesy name? Zhong Xiaolong and Zhong Xiaohua looked at each other. After Li Jinfeng's explanation, the two of them finally understood. It turned out that the literati in the big cities, in addition to their original names, would be specially bestowed with a courtesy name by their family elders when they reached adulthood. It was a symbol of status. Liu Kai and Li Jinfeng did not have a courtesy name. Therefore, Mr. Liu giving Zhong Jian a courtesy name was a little ahead of schedule. However, this courtesy name was to be used after he came of age. It was understandable for the elders to give him a name now. After all, outsiders would not know. Old Li smiled and said, Mr. Liu is keeping it a secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please tell us, Mr. Liu, so that we can consider it together. Mr. Liu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I thought about it for a long time last night. I feel that Jian was born with a vision. In the future, he will not be an ordinary person. Outstanding people are all proud and aloof. This is not good for life. Therefore, I want to give Jian a courtesy name. He will treat others kindly and treat others as his friends. This kind of person will be able to achieve great things. What do you think? Zhong Yuyu. Li Jinfeng and Liu Kai thought for a while and both of them agreed. The name Zhong Jian could be heard from the Zhong family, but as for this Zhong Yuyu, to be honest, Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei really couldn't tell what it was. However, since the courtesy name was something of a scholar, it was naturally better for the scholar to say it. Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei also agreed. However, when it came to Guo Sufei's turn to come up with a nickname for the child, she frowned. After a long time, she said, In-law, what do you think of Gosheng, Erden, Dumbo, and Gubuli? Mr. Liu's expression changed and he said with a smile, Sister-in-law, since you already have a genteel courtesy name, it is not good to use a peasant's nickname. Think about it again. Guo Sufei thought for a long time and said, Forget it. Let's give it to you. Why don't I ask Chanxian and see what she thinks? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, said, Father, Mother, Mr. Liu, I have a nickname. Listen and see if it is okay. Zhong Cai was about to scold her when Mr. Liu smiled and said, It's okay. You say it. Xiaohua, now that you have been outside for several years, you have a lot of experience. This nickname may not be bad. If it is not okay, then let Chanxian decide. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Let's give Jenna a nickname, Byren. What do you think? -3. Chapter 381. Byren. Guo Sufei was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present frowned. Yes, it was understandable that Guo Sufei had nicknamed Jian Chen Gosheng or Dumbo. That was what farmers called him. But Byren was not even close to a nickname. It was not as good as Yaro Yaro or Huan Huan. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Mr. Liu has just said that Jian will be an extraordinary person in the future. But now, this news has been known by Granny Li. Maybe tomorrow, the rumor will spread to the Guozhuang house. Of course, what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is the whole truth. Speaking of this, Zhong Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply to old Li's family and Liu Kai's family. These people were even more surprised. The younger ones hurriedly returned the bow and asked, Xiaohua, what do you mean? Zhong Xiaohua said, Granny Li only saw Jenna grow up, but everyone saw Jenna come out of the lotus. If this news were to spread, it would be a disaster for Jian. Who knows, it might attract the covetous eyes of some people. I beg everyone here, for the sake of Jian's growth, Please don't tell anyone what you saw yesterday to outsiders. No one is allowed to do so. Zhong Xiaohua said sincerely and looked serious. Everyone was shocked. Although Zhong Xiaohua did not say anything threatening, from his eyes, they did not doubt that if something was leaked, he might not be lenient because of his family relationship with them. In particular, yesterday, Zhong Xiaohua split the lotus with his small sword and carried Zhong Jian out of the lotus. He was already regarded as an extraordinary person. Moreover, as early as 5 years ago, he could safely rescue 3 people from the mountain bandits in Shitsue Mountain. 5 years after obtaining the secret martial arts book, it was easy to imagine how high his martial arts skills were. Therefore, the two families agreed with Zhong Xiaohua's proposal from the bottom of their hearts. After all, wasn't Zhong Jian their relative? Why should they make things difficult for their own people? Seeing that everyone had solemnly agreed, Zhong Xiaohua continued, but even Granny Li's rumors will definitely affect Jian Er. Jian Er will definitely be bullied or encouraged by other children as he grows up. However, according to my observation, the possibility of Jian Er being at a disadvantage is not high. However, it is precisely because of this that Jian Er has to restrain himself and keep a low profile. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out first rot. I hope that our Jian Er will keep a low profile. Only by enduring what ordinary people can't endure can he accomplish what ordinary people can't. Mr. Liu, do you think what I said makes sense? Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Liu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words make a lot of sense. This is also what I wanted to say. But I didn't expect Xiaohua to see it so clearly. Good, it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. It's really not wrong. Zhong Xiaohua was very modest and said, Mr. Liu is too polite. This little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. That's why this little one spoke out. It's just that this little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. Mr. Liu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to be modest. That year when you followed Xiaolong to Bali village to fetch the bride, I could see that you were extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was really not wrong. Oh right, do you still remember the bow you pulled in front of my house? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the first time I pulled the bow and shot an arrow. How could I forget? Mr. Liu said, That bow is very famous. Hey! Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't know about this. Please teach me, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu said, That year when I knew that your big brother's arm was injured, I specially got someone to borrow a soft bow from the village's hunter. But it was just for the occasion. Those 3 arrows were easily shot away by you. At that time, no one paid attention to it. They also knew some of my arrangements. But after a few days, the hunter came back from hunting outside the mountains and apologized to me, saying that he had spoiled my happy occasion. This made me very surprised. Only then did I know that he had taken the wrong bow. Not only was it not a soft bow, but it was the hunter's ancestral 5-pickle strong bow. He had not pulled it out for many years. Xiaohua, that's right. I knew that you were not a person of the small pond. So when you wanted to go to Pingyang City to see the world, I was also very supportive of it. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, So it's like this. I was saying that after shooting 3 arrows with that bow, all the strength in my body was gone. That's the secret. At this time, Li Jinfeng asked, Xiaohua, at that time you were only 11 or 12 years old, but your strength was already extraordinary. Oh right, I think I heard you say that you lifted a 500 jin stone weight at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, When did I tell you that? I don't remember. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, Maybe it was Shangguan Yun, maybe it was Yulun. After a long time, I have long forgotten. That's because I only wanted to enter that Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Who would still remember how heavy the stone weight was? It was also 500 jin. Li Jinfeng was not satisfied and said, That was 5 or 6 years ago. You have practiced martial arts for such a long time, how much strength do you have now? Is it 1,000 jin? Zhong Xiaohua was about to shake his head and deny it, but when he saw his mother and father's proud eyes, and old manager Li's surprised gaze, he immediately denied his previous thoughts. He knew that although old manager Li was grateful and would not reveal Jian Er's abnormality, he was after all an outsider. He still did not dare to believe it. Listening to his mother and father's words, they wanted him to stay in the Guozhuang house from now on and never leave. But even if he would be free, what about his second brother, Zhong Xiaohu? If he really needed to save him, then wouldn't he have lost the opportunity? Therefore, taking this opportunity to establish his prestige and let the elders see his strength was not necessarily a bad thing. This was killing two birds with one stone, and Zhong Xiaohua liked to do it. 1,000 jin? Zhong Xiaohua said loudly, it's still a bit light. What? Not only was Li Jinfeng surprised, but Zhong Xiaolong and Liu Kai also had their mouths wide open. Is it 1,500 jin? Liu Kai gave a number. Zhong Xiaohua shook his head. 2,000 jin? Li Yinfeng also said in surprise. Zhong Xiaohua still shook his head. Xiaohua, don't scare us. Is it 3,000 jin? Zhong Xiaolong finally could not help but say an unbelievable number. Yes, what kind of concept was 3,000 jin? They themselves did not know. They only knew that 5 jin of pork was very heavy. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua still shaking his head, the three elders could not take it anymore and asked, 5,000 jin? 8,000 jin? 10,000 jin? When Zhong Cai said the last word, he already had a smile on his face. It was not a smile of pride, but a smile of ridicule. In his opinion, his son was probably joking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a smile, Zhong Xiaohua also smiled. His strength was not easy to describe purely from numbers. He thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at the long sword in the corner. He got up and took it, gently putting it on the ground and said, "This is my weapon. You will know my strength when you try it." Oh! Li Jinfeng's eyes were sharp. He laughed and said, "Isn't this what the 4 odd beasts were carrying yesterday? Animals can carry it, so its weight must be limited. 100 jin should be enough. This is not commensurate with your strength." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. Li Jinfeng did not go up himself. He knew his own weight, so he looked at Zhong Xiaolong to test his strength. Zhong Xiaolong felt funny. Xiaohua was obviously joking. How could this stone-like thing be a weapon? Even if it was heavy, it was only a few dozen jin. He could definitely carry it. Zhong Xiaolong got up and walked to the sword. He bent down and grabbed the hilt with one hand. He exerted his strength, but it did not move at all. Zhong Xiaolong frowned and then grabbed both sides of the sword with both hands. He exerted his strength at the same time, but it still did not move at all. Zhong Xiaolong got up, clapped his hands and laughed, "Oh, it is really heavy. I used all my strength, but I can't move it at all. Xiaohua, you are really powerful." This time, everyone knew that the two brothers were acting. Liu Kai also laughed and said, "Xiaohua is so powerful. I also want to try." Liu Kai also did the same as Zhong Xiaolong. He did not move at all. He got up and praised Zhong Xiaohua with a smile. Li Jinfeng could not sit still anymore. He also did the same. Then, with a strange expression, he also praised without restraint like the previous two. Now, even Li Yinfeng could not sit still anymore. She wanted to go up and try. Guo Sufei advised, "Yinfeng, don't learn from them. They are all playing with you. Can't you see?" Zhong Cai also laughed and said, "Yes, Yinfeng. Sit here. If you don't go up, you see who else they are going to trick. Anyway, I am not going up to try." Ha ha ha. Mr. Liu and old manager Li also laughed. At the same time, they said, "We have eaten more salt than you have rice. Can't we see what you are up to?" After the three of them finished laughing, the younger generation also laughed. They really did not expect that the old men's hearts were not old. They actually played this trick on them. Li Jinfeng laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. He said breathlessly, "Little sister, father, we really can't move at all." What? This time, it was the 4 old men's turn to look at each other. So it was not a joke. Zhong Cai couldn't sit still any longer. That was because Mr. Liu was a frail scholar, and old manager Li often used an abacus. Only he still had some strength, especially after drinking spring water for so many years. He still felt very good about himself. Zhong Cai walked to the side of the long sword and carefully sized it up. He directly used both hands to hold it. He did not dare to use the strength of his whole body. If it was really not heavy, wouldn't he fall down? Let the younger generation laugh at him? Zhong Cai used 20% of his strength. That stone stick did not move an inch. Zhong Cai used 50% of his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Until the end, Zhong Cai used all his strength. That stone stick still did not move. -3. Chapter 382. Zhong Cai clapped his hands. Just like Li Jinfeng, he smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are really naughty. You want us to carry such a heavy thing. Who can lift it?" Looking at Zhong Cai's appearance, if Mr. Liu and old shopkeeper Li didn't know Zhong Cai very well, they might have thought that he was lying to them. Guo Sufei asked doubtfully, "Xiaohua, how heavy is this small thing? No one can lift it at all." Zhong Xiaohua walked in front and picked it up with one hand. She waved it lightly and said, "Mother, to be honest, I don't know how heavy it is. After all, I haven't seen such a heavy thing." Oh tilde everyone suddenly understood. What she said was true. Who had nothing better to do? What's the use of weighing so many things? Seeing this, Zhong Xiaolong's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaohua, it's great that you're back. You're so strong. In the future, we won't need cows to plow the fields anymore." Bang! Zhong Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a while, she got up and said, "Big brother, you can't do this. You can't let me do anything. Plow the fields for cows. You're wasting resources. Then, go help people dig wells. Your strength is equivalent to 10 people. Zhong Xiaolong was very economical. After everyone chatted for a while, Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng went to the small courtyard next door and told Liu Qian the names of the 3 babies. Liu Qian was very happy when she heard it. Needless to say, the names and courtesy names were carefully chosen by the elders. She had some experience with Zhong Xiaohua's miracle. Everyone knew that she was pregnant for 10 months, but she was pregnant for 5 years before she gave birth. Zhong Xiaohua already knew about this situation 5 years ago. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua even gave her a small stone. When the stone turned into powder, her son was born. Could it be explained with the word coincidence? Today, Zhong Xiaohua actually gave her son a pet name. It was exactly what she wanted. The name Bai Ren was really extraordinary. How could Liu Qian not be happy? She picked up her son who was sleeping soundly next to her. Zhong Jian, Zhong Yuyu, and Zhong Bai Ren called him one by one. Hearing this, the child opened his eyes in a daze and babbled nonsense. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 went to Guozhuang House to pay a New Year's greeting to the Zhong family because of the new year. Liu Kai and his wife came together because Li Yinfeng went back to her parents' home. Anyway, they had to come. As soon as the 2 groups of people arrived at Guozhuang House, they encountered Liu Qian giving birth, so they stayed to help. Now the child was born smoothly and the New Year's greeting was over. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 naturally had to go back to Lu Town. However, Zhong Cai was happy and said, "Brother, if you're not busy with the affairs in town, you can go back later. It won't be too late to leave after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Anyway, Guozhuang House has a place to stay." Shopkeeper Li's business in Lu Town had been doing well in recent years. He thought that there would be nothing to do during the new year. So, after a little hesitation, he agreed to Zhong Cai's suggestion. In fact, if Zhong Xiaohua didn't come back, shopkeeper Li might not have hesitated. She had just given birth and was very busy. Wouldn't it be troublesome if his family stayed here? Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person Zhong Xiaohua was now, 5 years ago, she could go into the tiger's den and come out unscathed. 5 years later, Zhong Xiaohua must be even more incredible. Mr. Liu and Zhong Cai didn't hang around in Lu Town, so they didn't have much impression of the outside world. Shopkeeper Li knew what kind of person Zhong Xiaohua would be if she was in Lu Town. Moreover, according to Zhong Cai and Guo Sufei's meaning, his youngest son wouldn't be allowed to travel far in the future. Since he couldn't travel far, where could he go? He couldn't really farm in the Guozhuang house, so Zhong Xiaohua's only choice was Lu Town. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's little abacus was very clear. As long as he had a good relationship with Zhong Xiaohua, his family should be able to do whatever they wanted in Lu Town in the future. Therefore, Zhong Cai's politeness at this time was like handing a pillow to a thirsty person. Shopkeeper Li hesitated for a moment and immediately accepted it. Liu Kai and Li Yinfeng didn't need to be mentioned. They directly lived in Mr. Liu's house. On one hand, they served their father, and on the other hand, they took care of their sister. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. In the past few days, Zhong Xiaohua didn't go anywhere. She just wandered around the Guozhuang house, paying New Year's greetings here and sending gifts there. It was true that this farmer's house was simple, but it wasn't necessarily pure. In the past, Guo Sufei was the only girl in the Guozhuang house, and she was bullied both openly and secretly. Zhong Cai married into the family and gave birth to 3 fat boys. In the eyes of the farmers, they were 3 strong men. Therefore, there were fewer bullies. However, just when the family's life was getting better, Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu disappeared. At first, people thought that they had gone to other places to live and maybe they would be successful in the future. Well, when Zhong Xiaohua and Zhong Xiaohu came back for the first time, people in the Guozhuang house envied them for a while. Many people had never seen such a tall red horse before. However, the two left in a hurry and didn't come back for many years. Therefore, many rumors spread. Li Yinfeng's arrival indirectly made the idlers in the Guozhuang house a little apprehensive. But later, Li Yinfeng married Liu Kai. Although the Zhong family kept their mouths shut, this fact couldn't be covered up. In addition, Guo Sufei fell ill twice. How could the people in the Guozhuang house not know that something had happened to the Zhong family? In addition, Zhong Xiaohu and Zhong Xiaohua had brought home 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver. Although they did not spend extravagantly, it was still needed to improve their lives. The original small courtyard was renovated, and a new courtyard was built next to it. The idle men in the village were jealous, and rumors began to spread. Some said that the money was exchanged with the lives of the 2 sons, some said that the 2 sons had committed robbery, and some said that the rumors were unpleasant to hear. Fortunately, the Zhong family had always had a good reputation in the village, and many people leaned towards the former. The eyes of the people were really sharp. This rumor was really infinitely close to the truth. The Zhong family couldn't deny it. In fact, there was nothing to explain. In particular, due to Granny Li's adding fuel to the fire, there were already some rumors about Zhong Jian's birth. Although Zhong Xiaohua was just 18 years old, he had licked the blood of blades in the Jianghu. He had a good understanding of the human heart. The evolution of the way of heaven had given him endless training, and he had already clearly seen the undercurrents behind the simple farmers. Therefore, during this period of time, he had spent a lot of time hanging out with the idlers in the Guozhuang house. From time to time, he would show off his Jianghu experience, talk about the bloodshed of revenge, and when he was full of enthusiasm, he would pick up a stone or millstone with one hand to show off his strength. Even some young men who had learned a thing or two came forward to show off a few times, but Zhong Xiaohua didn't hesitate to send them flying with a kick. At most, there were about a dozen of them, and they all surrounded and attacked Zhong Xiaohua as if they were joking. Zhong Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. He didn't even use his hands, and with less than a minute of kung fu, he knocked them down one by one. This time, the crowd closed their mouths, and there was only fear and admiration in their eyes. Zhong Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left. Zhong Xiaohua went to Zhong Jian's place every day. He didn't tell anyone about Zhong Jian's extraordinariness, including Liu Qian. However, in these few days, he didn't see any special differences between him and other children. For example, he could talk and walk when he was born. Instead, he went to sleep every day after drinking milk. He didn't look like he was worrying at all. Yes, he didn't look like he was sleeping soundly while clutching the two ugly little stones. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was slightly relieved. There was no one in the family who was particularly strong. If Zhong Jian stood out too much, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. As for his little nephew's future, Zhong Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. What a joke. The omen was so strong. If he didn't have a bright future, it must be God who was blind. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, old shopkeeper Li and his family decided to go back to Lu Town. In these few days, old shopkeeper Li tried to persuade Li Jinfeng to hang out more with Zhong Xiaohua. However, Li Jinfeng didn't care. Zhong Xiaohua was indeed powerful, but wasn't he his student who initiated him? Old shopkeeper Li opened his heart to him and became friends with him. There was really no need to flatter him deliberately. Li Jinfeng originally wanted to get information about Qiu Tong from Zhong Xiaohua. Now, Li Jinfeng would rather not ask than look for Zhong Xiaohua. This surprised Zhong Xiaohua for a while. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Town had festive lanterns. Guozhuang House also had this custom. However, it wasn't as lively as Lu Town. Old shopkeeper Li naturally invited the Zhong family to Lu Town to take a look. After giving birth, Liu Qian recovered very well. She could walk a few days ago. She didn't look as weak as Zhong Xiaohua imagined. However, she couldn't leave the courtyard until she was 1 month old. Guo Sufei and Zhong Xiaolong had to stay at home to take care of Xiao Jian. Only Zhong Cai and Zhong Xiaohua were left in the Zhong family. Zhong Cai didn't want to go. However, when he thought that Xiaohua had been hanging out with the young people in the village for the past few days, he thought that he couldn't bear the loneliness. Therefore, he wanted to bring him to Lu Town to take a look. Since he was willing to go, Zhong Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. Mr. Liu's family was a leisurely trio. They could leave at any time. Therefore, the group of people came to Lu Town. The last time they came to Lu Town was 5 years ago. The Li family was in ruins, but it had been rebuilt. It was not inferior to before. Old shopkeeper Li held a banquet at home to entertain the Zhong and Liu families. When shopkeeper Yu of the Jade Shop heard the news, he prepared gifts early and brought his daughter and son-in-law to thank them. Fortunately, the Li family was now well off. The central room was very spacious, so it could accommodate so many people. The banquet was very enjoyable until night fell. Before the sky turned dark, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Firecrackers and the like were also going off non-stop. Although Four Trees was not the most prosperous place in Lu Town, it was still a hubbub of voices and unusually lively. -3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,